All right. I don't know what's going on with the phone company. I can't get it to do what it's supposed to do. I don't know. We only getting 1 meg download and we only getting 5 up. So we streaming in 1080. Hopefully it can handle it at 1080. I noticed that we yellow, orange, whatever you want to call it. Let's just get started. Here we go.
Yeah. One man show. You know from this country? A whole lot, huh? Do you know? No. I know, but y'all don't know. That's why we doing this. I'm doing this. A whole lot's going on. Yeah. I'm defiant, a legend, a giant. The most gifted SOB to ever hold the MIC. I'm sure Fatty keep the you is salami. So you roll because you get my soul and your A4 instead of blessing me or accepting me. You saw the sweet chat me trying to lock me into your self-fantasy world. But I think it's the truth. I'll let my knowledge unfurl. Because who says what's if? Who says what's in? You don't know my friend, but just follow blindly. So with that, remind me of this focus on in the black community. But I'm a white kid, the new slavery. They got you to get chosen brand. You don't get pulled over. I can't remember when I see others. I come from the pit, doing hard time for some time. I used to get caught up on all the solution. What is it? The road I need. The thought of revolution. We can do it right. That's my job. It's a talent on long God. We need a revolution. What's the solution? I don't know. Go to your government on the check if I put you why you like that? You want like a beat taking me to keep taking your eye. I'm chasing the sky, blazing like Star Trek. The only thing I reckon is sound barrier. Why you think I live like a map carrier? Another person a month, but I'm on a hunt like a football. They can play football. Well, in your face, I do my damage and dance on the street. I don't think I'm ready to make a difference. You can't change, but they say the same. Yo, how can I ease your pain? I can't lift you up, lift you up, lift you like I was ready to never even knowing why. Instead of talking to Steve, you got to just to get by. Only skills son of over his brain. Watching the generation of high-tech slaves. You see how he was living? He had a religion. He put his neck out for his people. You see the same thing with some weed in the damn needle. Yo, what's the solution? Probably say, you know we need a revolution. Come on. Solution, we need a revolution. Yo, we're doing right. It's always on, and this is talent going on from God. Doing right is always hard. This is talent going on. But now I'm ready, right? I'm not doing rock. I'm doing that rock from deep. I'm feeling my dad. All you haters put me up the movie battle. I like fuck you chumps. Don't sing it, just spring it. Cause I'm gonna get there. Come on, do I got an ass if you been waiting for me. I got a moment. What is it make you feel? Act of humorous. Some ass up, yeah, I get laid, but I'm more concerned with laying it down for no good. Clean up these names out of the hood. I'm not flexing like a lethal weapon. So hide out the project. When you feel angry, bring your guilt to the table. Then you change the dominant range. In the old school battle, it don't mean a damn thing. Get your ball and keep me free. I got 60 battles. All I need for my Casio, or I'll give you a heart. The hell with the casino in Delaware, I call my luck. Swing your buck. So watch it whole people. My dad, I know the lies like you. It's all a revolution. Go. One day. We'll find a solution. Yo, we need a revolution. What a solution. Yo, I don't know. Right? It's always hard. Like now it's going on so we hard. Bringing up facts. That's my job. You want to be on card. Take care of it. You up here. And they acting like I got 2 in the morning. You know what I'm talking about. You know we do something. Ain't nothing gonna get done. You gonna keep waiting on Valley. You gonna wait on the white man. You wait on Bush.
Ain't nothing gonna change.
It ain't gonna change. And that's the truth.
And I don't care if you like it or don't like it. We need a revolution.
I'm coming at you.
Tell me what's the solution.
That's why you deal with you niggas from God. You can keep on that stuff. When you try to get shot out, we need a revolution. What's the solution? I'm gonna think you gonna keep on crying about it. Everybody can give a shit. I'm gonna dare over your man, so and I'm out of here. So that's the word. You can't deal with it. Go fall in a hole and die. We need a revolution.
We need a revolution. And I don't know why I can't find the song. Oh, that's why, because you not in the vocals, dummy. Desktop. Go to instrumentals. And there we go. come on and hold me tight. But all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, y'all ain't right. All I wanna do is hold you tight. But all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, I can't help you out with that, but check this out. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Darren Show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Darren Show. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. Keeping you other YouTubers out there guessing. So take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Darren Show. With the la-la in it. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody call cheesy. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Darren Show. Bring my beat back. Hold me tight. Don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Darren Show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD Show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Darren Show. Put that la-la in it. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Minister Brother Darren Show. Alrighty, y'all. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Minister Brother Darren Show. All right, y'all. I'd have been on 20 minutes sooner. I'm fighting with the phone. Something's going on with the phone company. So I had to move the antennas around and we had to settle for 1080. No 2K today. We had to settle for 1080. I hope that the video plan don't be affected because we don't even have 2 gigabyte. I mean, we don't have 2 megabyte of download. And downloading is downloading the videos. The uploading is what I send to you. I was able to get that up to 3 something. So we came down. Now, OBS says you need 2.5 megabyte to do 720. We was doing 720 with Metro at 1.1 megabyte. So we're doing 1080 at 3.8 megabyte. But for 1080, they want you to have 3.5. So we're still using the 2K base, but we are uploading it in 1080. So it's got to take it from 2K and bring it down to 1080. It would have to work harder to bring it down to 720, but they wouldn't take as much video. So it's like a balance. So we still doing full HD, but I'd rather we were doing 2K. But you know. Thank you, Naya. I'm not really feeling better, but you know, I saw you and Yimmy in the chat, and so I had to get it together. Matter of fact, let me let some people know we here. I forgot to do that. Let's play a song, and then we'll get to it. We got a lot to talk about. I hope y'all ready to chat. Because I'm telling you right now, we need to get the Republicans out of here. We need to get the Republicans out of here. I'm dead serious. Let me, I haven't played What You Got in a while.
Rodero, the one.
So let's play that.
Yeah. And if you didn't know, you better learn quick.
We don't play this often.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. Who you
Hey,
with?
driver.
Where you from? What you done? What you got?
There's a couple people listen.
Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Yeah, yeah. You feel that bass line. Your clever and ways gonna come in to free you slaves from the yoke of materialism, drugism, thugism. So wake up before I break up. Your jewelry, your oversized truck. Step to me, good luck, you're gonna need it. Like MJ, I'll make you beat it. Those ghetto lyrics don't hit, so before you spit, reach into your bag's a trick, and I don't mean a cereal. I'm more lethal than a venereal disease, so let the hate and see. Speaking of cereal, I'm not a killer, I'm a thriller. Locking your ass up like Barney Miller. Welcome back to the area you dreamed about. Dropping knives and insults is what I'm about. Don't like it? Well, let's exchange. You're not cerebral enough to hang with the cells in his brain.
Sure ain't.
And when it comes to physics, you got a limp biscuit. I've been around 24 years and you still say, who is this? Stop asking, stop macking, or it's you I'll be attacking next. So flex and get dumped on your neck. I carry you around like a knapsack, then deposit you fat on your black. Yo, I'm asking a question. Who you with? Where you from?
Naya,
what you done?
This is the best.
What you got? Who you shot?
Treatment right here.
Where's your gun? Are you running,
need to get to it.
Yo, stop hating, stop bitching. I don't sound like you, so stop tripping.
And I got
quick. The power to shut the fuck up and listen to something different. No one brings it like me. I'm exciting and inviting you to hear a free sample of a lyrical brother example. I'm creating, composing my other sample. Don't care, great, go home and masturbate. I'm not the musical head of state, but I'm yours. I travel the water you can't navigate. I'm the captain of keep rapping my melodies, keep your foot tapping. I follow the right path, y'all gonna accept it and feel my rap. If you hustle,
all right, y'all. I kind of missed the camera problem, so we're gonna add that.
Just get off, be more truthful, get put to speak. An ordinary citizen, you can't maintain. Yo, I'm working on your brain cell. Damn, what's so hard about living today? We earn money, but we lost our way. Yo, grow up. At the community meetings, you never show up.
That's on police brutality.
You don't see brothers like me handcuffed on TV. You're an embarrassment to your community, a black mark on your family. And I'm asking you, where you from?
What you got?
Yo, who you shot?
Where's your gun? Why you running, son?
Why you running,
son? Bring that beat back.
Yo, you brothers talking about what talent you be walking in other direction. Another poor reflection of Generation X with no respect or knowledge. The few that go to college ain't learning nothing. Well, I'm first to speak on something. If you don't swing, don't flash that bling bling. I respire, I don't sing, so stand back, I'm letting go. You knuckleheads piss me off, yo, I'm bringing it full barrel. Shooting your asses like James Quarrel. So if you a shot caller, come face this bad knuckle brawl. When I rap, it's full contact, I'm not coming to hang. But to put you on your back, bring your loose tracks. Who you with? Where you from? What you done? What you got? Who you shot? Where's your gun? Why you running, son? Rodero, the one man show.
All right.
Rodero, the one.
All right, Rodero, the one man show. All righty, y'all. I need y'all to look at y'all screen for a second. It's time to get with it. Now, we're going to deal with this today because I'm about to choke. I'm literally about to choke the Republicans. If I can get my hands on them, I'm going to hit them with the Bible in the crux of their neck. Just right in the crux. Y'all see what's on your screen? Naya says, BDS, feel better soon. You get to go off the air, we understand. Sometimes says, I love how that tune blended in the middle of the song. Alrighty, y'all. Y'all see this on your screen. You know, I ain't got to say nothing. Those of you that watch me that actually following the news, you see what I'm talking about. I ain't got to say a word to you. It's right there. This is the HEROES Act that the House Democrats passed in May. We in the middle of August. These lazy bums and took 4 vacations, ain't done nothing. They on vacation now. But I want you to look at that screen. Repeals the $135 billion millionaires giveaway. Why are we giving $135 billion to millionaires? Huh, Trump? Huh, bitch McConnell? I didn't stutter. I said bitch McConnell. Extends unemployment insurance at $600 per week for the people who can't work because there ain't no work. Provides $900 billion for states and local public services. $117 billion in additional support to Medicaid. $13 an hour hazard pay for essential workers that's on the front line dealing with people with the COVID risking their own life. 12-month moratorium on evictions and foreclosures. That means the landlord can't kick you out. That means the bank can't foreclose on your own. Giving you a chance to pay your daggone mortgage and rent so you don't get put out. $3.6 billion for election assistance grants. No threats to Social Security or Medicare. Now let's go to the new act that the Republicans just came out with. They keep the tax break for the 43,000 millionaires. For that $135 billion you see on your left. They're going to give them $135 billion in tax breaks, but they scared to give us $1,200. But they'll give the 43,000 millionaires, they get to split $135 billion. Let's bust this wide open. Can't give us a stimulus check. Can't give us $2,000 a month like Kamala Harris suggested, like they're doing in Canada. But they can give 43,000 millionaires $135. They want to keep that in there. Democrats want to take it out. Let's keep it going. The HEROES Act wants to extend the unemployment insurance by $600 per week. The Republicans want to reduce the unemployment to $200 a week. The Democrats want to provide $900 billion for state and local public services. This is where Trump says this money is only for Democratic governors, which is a lie. Because the biggest red state, that bumbling governor, is begging for money already. But the Democrats provided it. What do the Republicans want? No general support for state and local public services. I want y'all to keep this in mind now. $117 billion in additional support to Medicaid. It's the elderly and the sick that's dying from the disease. So why not give money to Medicare to help these people? Republicans say no additional support to Medicaid. Republicans said none. F them. $13 an hour hazard pay for essential workers, the people on the front lines, the doctors, the nurses, they're risking their life, treating these people with this pandemic disease. The Democrats want to give them an extra $13 an hour for their hard working service. Hills Act don't want to give them jack. Republicans don't want to give them nothing. And on top of that, they want corporate immunity for coronavirus lawsuits. We call it the COV. I haven't said that the whole word in a long time. Sorry about that. They don't want you. So they want to make you go back to work. They don't want to give you nothing. They want to make you go back to work. They want to send your kids back to school. And if you get sick, the Republicans don't want you to be able to sue. If your employer is negligent and you get sick through their negligence, Republicans don't want you to be able to sue their buddies. They want you to come back and make their buddies some money. They don't want you to have no protection if you get the CV and die. They don't want the family to be able to sue the employer. That's your Republicans. It's in your face. For those of you, I'm going to take the chat in a minute. For those of you who saying, oh, Brother Derek, always go hard. Always go hard. Let's keep it going. Back in May, keep in mind, the left side was done in May. They want 12-month moratorium on evictions and foreclosures. That means landlords can't foreclose on you. And I know the driver here and here landlord, I know he got something to say. I'm going to get you in a minute, buddy. We're going to get to the chat in a minute. I know you got something to say. You're a landlord. You ain't getting your money. I know you got something to say. But check it out. Republicans say no extension of the federal eviction moratorium. So the Republicans want you to get thrown in the street. Funding and no protection. Now, $3.6 billion for election assistant grants. We know the post office is concerned they're not going to be able to handle the amount of the mail coming in to deliver for the voting, and that a lot of votes might not get counted. Well, back in May, before this even was thought of, the Democrats got $3.6 billion for election assistant grants. What does the new plan that came out this week from the Republicans? I got this off of Twitter. I don't even know if CNN even got this yet. I got this off of Twitter. I got Twitter on the phone and I screenshotted it. They have no funding or protections for the elections, but they so afraid that it's going to be stolen from them through the Democrats making up illegal ballots and sending them in. But they're not going to matter, because they're not going to get them in time. What if those people were voting for Republicans and the ballots ain't come in time? Then what? What you gonna do? I'm asking you, what are you gonna do? The HEROES Act has no threats to Social Security or Medicare. The new plan that the Republicans just offered today, oh, bitch McConnell, I said the bitch. Somebody got a problem with it, comes in. But they're going to take money from the Trust Act to gut Social Security and Medicare. The Republicans is going to empty out Social Security and Medicare, but they still want to give that $135 billion to the 43,000 millionaires in this country who don't need it? Somebody talk to me. Now I'm ready to pull the chat up. Come on and defend them. Come on. Let's see what you got here. Let's see what you got here. Driver says, hello, BD9. He said, hello, Yemi. Naya says, hey, driver. Naya said, B, yes, better soon if you have to go off the air. We understand. Amen. Naya says, late mortgage payments are at an all-time high. The driver retracted. The driver says, I want to debate you on Democrats one day. The driver says, BD, if you raise minimum wages, the price of living will go sky high. He said, BD, I got a vacant home now. I refuse to rent it now. I don't blame you, the driver. Because if they can't pay, you're going to have to evict them. And when you go down to the courthouse to file them papers, everybody going to be looking at you. You really going to put somebody in the street in the pandemic? But I want you to answer. You said if you raise the minimum wage, why they got to raise the minimum wage? The last act gave businesses money. They got money. They got money. They got money from the last time. Why can't they offer a better wage and compete with that $600 a month? Why can't they offer a better wage, the driver, and compete with that money that they were given instead of putting it in their pocket? You worrying about somebody sitting at home. You gave them businesses money. Why can't the businesses offer a better wage and make people say, hey, they paying, let me get out here. They paying good. Now you don't want to do that, see? Because then the businesses is reaching in their pocket. And Republicans don't want the businesses to ever reach in their pocket. That's why they want to keep that 193 million and let it go to those 43,000 millionaires. Why do millionaires need to split 190 billion? But they crying about giving us $1,200. Somebody talk to me. I will listen, please. Please talk to me. Nair says Dr. Phil received $7 million. And everybody who worked for Dr. Phil should have got a nice fat raise. If he kept it all to himself, you making my point. But good morning, driver. If you want to call in, you know the number. I don't know how many hours we have left on the Hangouts. So you got people afraid to give the banks afraid to give loans out. You got people afraid to rent out their apartments. People afraid to sell their homes because they might not get their money because you can't put them out. But you can with the Republicans if they get their way. They actually going to gut Social Security and Medicaid. Democrats got money for Medicare. Republicans want to gut it. That's crazy. So come on, I want to hear the comments. Where y'all at? This news right here. Y'all want to go listen to Suey and Dewey and Louie and everybody else? This affects you. You worrying about what they doing. Don't affect nothing in your life. This your life right here on this screen. Because you don't see in that new offer that the Republicans put on the table, guess what's not there? No stimulus for the American people. There's no stimulus there for the American people. There's none. There's no stimulus there for the American people. How you doing, Yemi? The driver says, BD, the problem is so many people robbing the system. BD, we can't afford to keep doing this. The driver, look at the top of that screen on the left. Let me tell you how dumb that sounds. The Democrats want to repeal the $135 billion millionaires giveaway. Look on the other side. The Republicans want to keep the huge tax break for 43,000 millionaires. So 43,000 millionaires are splitting $135 billion. Why they get that money? We can afford to do that, but we can't afford to give the American people stimulus? Talk to me, sir. I'm listening. Please explain. Like that man say, please explain. Explain, boss, explain. So we got 193 million to give millionaires, but regular people can't get $1,200. Please, driver. I'm listening. I'm listening. Because if I listen to you, Republicans gonna have me living on the street. Because they gonna gut Medicare and they gonna gut Social Security. So guess what? I'm not gonna get no check. How am I gonna pay my bills? They gonna take the money. And when you take money from one place, you gotta take it from another. So that means the people on welfare are gonna be on the street. So they're gonna take their money and put that back in Social Security? So why does Trump keep saying the Democrats are irresponsible in running the cities, but the senators are irresponsible with running the government? You just said we owe money to China. Who fault is that? I don't owe China nothing. I didn't have no say in taking money from China. What they got to do with the American people? Naya says, yes, driver, a friend who went out of work before the virus was able to collect the extra benefits. She said she felt guilty. The driver says, BD, every American that is able need to go to work. The driver, if Trump had done what I said back in March, if we had to shut the country down, we wouldn't have this problem. But we opened too early. And this is what you got. You gambled, you rolled the dice. This is what you got. Why not deal with it? You say, well, you need to use that money for the elderly, disabled, and the vet. They're going to give $193 billion to millionaires. Come on now. The driver? $193 billion to millionaires? That's a lot of money. Given the $1,200 stimulus wasn't $193 billion. But we giving that to millionaires, not people that are struggling and need the money. You're not going to talk your way out of that, sir. And it's in your face. It's in your face, sir. You can't deny it. Remember what I said about seeing something and having it go in one ear, having it go in one eye, and then it come out your mouth something different? It's enough money for the Republicans to give money to the millionaires, $193 billion to the millionaires, but they can't give you $1,200. I'm listening. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting on somebody to excuse that. 193 million, the people that's already rich. I mean, not million, billion. The people that's already rich. that's already rich. 193 billion to people that's already rich. But you can't give the struggling working man a stimulus check. That new bill, the stimulus check, not even minute. It's not even minute. Because the Republicans think everything's fine. They think nobody not struggling. They think nobody gonna get evicted. They think there ain't no virus. Why you not working? Get out there and catch that virus. Go ahead. But we're not going to put anything into the health care. We're not going to give the health care workers an incentive to work more. Nah. We just want you to come work and make our friends some money. We don't even want you, if our friends mess up and you wind up getting sick and die, we don't even want you to be able to sue our friends. We're going to protect our friends. We're going to protect our friends. We're going to give our friends the hookup. We're going to keep giving all these tax cuts. We're going to keep giving all this money to these businesses. The driver says welfare should be temporary for everyone. The disabled, the elderly, and the veterans should get permanent benefits. The driver, I love you, man, but you in La La Land. You need to come back. Why do we have welfare? See, they don't mind giving you welfare. They don't mind you sitting around waiting for a check. That means you ain't out there cheating. That means you ain't out there taking scholarships from their children. Their children ain't got to sit in Harvard and Princeton and Yale next to your kids won't be next to theirs. Their kids won't have to compete in the job market because you'll be sitting home waiting for a damn check. They don't mind that. That's a small thing. It's a pittance. That money they spend on welfare is a pittance. They get it back. Because only a few of us get a good position. For every 100 good jobs, we might get 1 or 2 of them. They like them odds. But if you get rid of that welfare mindset and people start achieving and start listening to people like me, they can't control your money. They control them people on welfare. If they get sick, they control what's the cheapest way to keep them alive. They don't give you the best health care. What's the cheapest way to keep them quiet? Just keep them alive. You ain't got to cure them. Just keep them alive so they don't complain. But if you realize that there ain't no thing to fall back on, most people are going to go out here and achieve. And you want to talk about riots. You want to talk about disruption. You remember when in the late 70s and in the 80s when they were doing every federal job had to hire at least 3 minorities? You remember the affirmative action? How the people was ready to riot? 100 jobs available, but 3 of them got to go to minorities. Then they made women a minority. Out of 100 positions, 3 of them got to go to minorities, and you got white women in line filling out applications. That's a slap in the face. Well, it ain't fair. But women outnumber men 4 or 5 to 1. How are they a minority? Explain that to driver. Explain that. Explain how women are minority when they outnumber the men. One. Two, women ain't got no business working. They should be home with the kids. That's part of the problem right there. Then guess what? Put the women at home with the kids. We ain't got enough workers. Take the women out of the job market. Guess what? We got so many jobs, we're not going to be able to fill them. Because we got women sitting there. Unemployment wouldn't be an issue if we did it the way God told us to. Now, y'all can say, oh, here's chauvinist. I'm telling you what God said. Now, you can take your mind, do a little mental thing, because you can go read it in the book, and then you can, well, you know, that's what it says, but I think that I should be able to work, or I feel it's not fair that I can't work. So don't give me that excuse, because it ain't going to work. Sometimes it's a bit sexist. Okay, then you need to go talk to God about that. That's the way God set it up. The man worked, the woman stay at home. That's the way it was set up. If you own a store, the woman can come in there and help with the bookkeeping and help, but she wasn't supposed to be paid. See, when you start getting away from the book, things start to happen. Women and children are supposed to be home. Every time you turn around, you see the daggone young kid out running all times of the night. You let the values go. So don't use that as an excuse. It shouldn't be there. But my point was, look at how they cried about the affirmative action. I don't care if it's only 3 out of 100 jobs. God damn it, I didn't get one, and it's not fair. Well, you got 300 white people applying for them 100 positions. You got 800 black people applying for the same position. We can only get 3 of them. And we ain't gonna get the 3, because a white woman is gonna claim she a minority, and they gonna give another one to the Japanese or Korean or Oriental, because they're a minority, and then it might be a black person. But you wanna have a riot when you got 97 positions to fight for. So you don't mind keeping people out the workforce and giving them crumbs. You don't mind having them work in the jail for 25, 30 cents an hour. You keep talking about the Mexicans coming over the wall, but you keep hiring them and paying them peanuts. And then when they send the money home so they can live good, after 20 years, you get mad because they sending the money back to Mexico, but you ain't saying nothing. You keep sending your money to China. You keep sending your jobs to China. How many things in your house right now say made in China? That money you paid went to China. Even if Americans sold it to you, it still came from China. They had to pay China for it. Keep that money here and buy American. Make those companies. You want to sell tennis shoes in America? You got to make them in America. Oh, we don't want to pay all that, but then you don't want no business. You don't want my money. You don't want my business. You don't want my money. That's what we ought to do. Why are we not doing it? You saying we owe China money because we giving China all our daggone money. They make everything. Sometimes said, remember the Great Depression, women didn't work back then either. That doesn't change anything. So you telling me that if all the women were banned from working today, even in this pandemic, do you know the hole it would cause? Women outnumber men 4 or 5 to 1. If you take those jobs and make them vacant, who gonna fill them? They'll be competing. Wages will go up. That's a good worker right there. I want them. No, I want them. I'll give you 600 a week. I'll give you 700 a week. I'll give you 1,000. God darn it, I want you. I need this work done here. I'm losing money. Give them 1,000 and come on. That's what would happen. But see, that would benefit the worker. Republicans don't care about the worker. They care about the owners. The owners that get them money off the back end. That's what they care about. Now it says 100 years ago, women couldn't vote. They didn't vote in biblical times neither. And they didn't talk in church neither either. They had a question. They waited till they got home. They asked the question, and the husband went and asked the reverend for the answer to the question. That's the way it was meant to be. Now, you can fight me all day. The driver says, what about women in leadership? What about the vice president being a woman? It ain't supposed to be that way. Oh, don't worry, I got it on deck. I got it on deck. I got it on deck now. I got it on deck. If you pay attention to the Hangouts, I sent it to the Hangout group with you and Liz, but you never responded. We were talking to you, you never responded. We got that. Am I saying women shouldn't be allowed to vote? No, they shouldn't. They ain't supposed to pick their husbands. They supposed to do what they told. Now, y'all might not like what I'm saying, but it's the truth. Go look it up. That's why we got the problem. That's why we have the problem that we do. If you take out the women in the workplace, the hole will be almost unfillable. If they outnumber men 4 to 1 or 5 to 1, I gotta look at the recent estimates. You're gonna tell me that wouldn't cause a major shift? It wouldn't cause a major shift. I'm asking you, it wouldn't cause a major shift. When was the last time you looked at the chat between the group between me, you, and Liz? I don't know where Liz is. Let me ask her where she at. Yeah. All right, I just hit Liz up again. Now it said she'll check for messages. She wasn't notified. What we did was asking for opinions on the topics for the show. Now, like I say, I know some of y'all don't like the things that I tell y'all, but I don't tell you nothing that ain't true. I don't tell you nothing that ain't true. It's a lot of stuff that we do that we ain't supposed to do. Women are not supposed to wear dresses that's above their ankles. Women ain't supposed to have any pants on. They're not supposed to have anything tight to show the curves of their body. They're not supposed to have their breasts hung out. Y'all have fought and wore men down and got all these rights that you wasn't meant to have. Don't get mad when I point it out. All I'm doing is pointing it out. You can get mad all you want. All I'm saying is pointing it out. Sometimes says, are you saying the way things used to be was right? Sometimes your problem is not with Brother Dark. Brother Dark doesn't have no power. Your problem is with God. Go talk to God. I got videos showing you how to talk to God. Go talk to God. The devil started with Eve. And when does it stop? When has it stopped? I'm taking off some people. I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes I'm telling you the way it's supposed to be. That's the reason why the Middle East got a problem with us. Why? They got a problem with the UK. They don't want their women and kids to become like the women and kids that we have. They don't want that. They still believe in the old way. Now, you can get mad. There she is. Welcome, Liz. You can get mad at me all you want. I didn't set it up. The women's movement was never supposed to happen. And it's hurting this country. It's hurting our families. We get no respect around the world. We didn't have that military, we wouldn't get no respect around the world. We would be like the lost stepchild to the world. That military, those tanks, those guns, those airplanes, that's the only thing that keep people even dealing with us. Because if you take that away, you say I sound like a penal card. I'm just telling the truth. You ain't got to listen to me. Look for yourself. The only time you even hear women being mentioned in the Bible, and let's tell the truth, they somebody's mother, or they help somebody great do something. When you look at the history of the lineage, unless she was a great woman, you'll hear son of Ashar, son of Hagadar, and Lala was his mother, but it go right back. And you might not see another woman's name for a long time in that list as you keep going. But that's the way it's supposed to be. And you can get mad at me, but that's the way it's supposed to be. You know good and well that Adam and Eve, if every time you laid down, a child popped up. If every time you laid down, a child popped up, you gonna tell me that they only had Cain and Abel in almost 1,000 years of being on this earth? There was a whole bunch of women. Who the heck did Cain marry? There was a whole bunch of women. They're not named. Because the woman wasn't separate from the man. She joined the man. But now, the woman is over here and the man is over here. When they're supposed to be here. Remember in the old days when they had the balls and the cotillions? They would say, where is Mr. and Miss Johnson? Where is Mr. and Miss Jack Aberson? That's the way it was meant to be. But y'all had. All righty, I gave you a chance there. I gave you a chance. Let's get him out of here. Let's get him out of here. I gave you a chance. Bye-bye. You ain't adding nothing valuable to the conversation. Why are you here? See, a lot of people can't handle being in this chat. You have to be able to handle the truth. Now, if you want to stay in La La Land, don't come here. We deal with the truth. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. So respect that. Because you can go look up what I'm saying. Fact of the matter is, y'all supposed to have on your burkas, but you broke out of it. And some of you is trying to get the Saudi women to break out of them. You're trying to get the Israeli women to break out of them. You're trying to get the Turkish women to break out of them. Yes, she is. Somebody tell me I'm lying. In the old days, the man went and worked, and the woman ran the house with what he brought. She made it work. If you can only have grilled cheese sandwiches for dinner, that's what you had. But the family was tight. It was strong. The children blossomed. Now you got 11-year-old little girls having babies. Why is that? Why ain't these feminists taking responsibility for the broken homes? They got the black women to leave the civil rights movement, to go join the feminist movement. But the problem became the black women go too far. The women are like men. They will only go so far. They know the men bring home the money. They know the men build everything. I'm not going to go out there with you. You ain't going to do nothing. All we do is sit around and moan and groan. Men ain't giving us nothing. Ain't paying us the same in the workplace. Ain't doing this, ain't doing that, but still want you to open the door for them. Still want you to pull a chair out for them. Do you not see the hypocrisy? It's just like a kid. I want to do what my big brother did. How come he get to do it? Because he's older. It don't matter. I want to do it too. Well, the state says you can't drive a car until you're 16. Your brother's 16. You're 8. It don't matter. I want to do it anyway. And I'm going to get a whole bunch of my kids and we going to go down City Hall and we're going to demand kids should be able to drive too. That's what you feminist women sound like. You sound like little kids. And you ain't paying me the same thing. You shouldn't be working. I don't want to go to this church. Then why did you marry a man that went to that church? Well, when I was growing up in my house, we did it this way. Then you should have married a man who came up the same way. But when you get married, you leave everything and you become one with that man. You leave everything and become one. One. You can't say we won and then I'm doing this and doing that. You over there doing that and doing that. That's not one. That's two different entities going in two different directions. But at the end of the day, you come home and kiss and have a little bit of sex and then you're off in different directions. That's not how it was meant to be. Now y'all can get mad. Liz said she dozed off. I woke up with the hangout. Well, we didn't intend to go down this road, but we going down it. And like I said, you know, the same way the Republicans can't lie about that package. You can lie to yourselves. But every day that you walk out that door and you head to work, you're sinning. Lady supposed to stay at home with her parents until she get married. They not supposed to get no dorm room in college. They not supposed to get no one-bedroom apartment and have every Tom, Dick, and Harry coming by to see her. That's not what God intended. But that's the way you made it. That's the way you made it. And just like Adam followed behind Eve, we've been following behind you. To the point where you can get us locked up with a couple words. All you gotta do is just say something. They come lock the man up. Back in the biblical days, you said something bad about your husband, you would get flogged in front of the village. Now you go around, he can't even get it up. I saw that bastard. He working all that time and that got promotion. You said that back in the day, you got the hide tore off your back. You don't realize how good you got it. That's why them people come from the country, they don't want to go back. Y'all can drive? What? They won't let us drive. You can drive. Y'all can vote. Are you serious? You can cuss your husband out? We even look at our husband wrong. We get knocked out. What? Y'all so lucky. But their children well behaved. Their children ain't getting pregnant as a teenager. Their women get married. Not be waiting up. I worked all this time. I ain't done all this work, and now I gotta hurry up and get married. I ain't able to have no children. You having a problem because it wasn't meant to be that way. Hey, I know I hit the button. Why it ain't coming up? Wait a minute. There's something I'm missing. Has anybody ever seen Shaka Zulu? Has anybody ever seen Shaka Zulu? Anybody ever seen the movie or read the story of Shaka Zulu? If Shaka Zulu's mother wasn't a whore, there wouldn't have been no Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu's father was the prince of an African kingdom. And that kingdom consisted of different tribes, but they were like cities. And they were Shaka's father was the king over them. Shaka was already promised to be married to another woman. Shaka's mother wanted to live the good life of a queen. And every time he would go out into the woods to practice hunting, she would come by and try to seduce him. So finally she did. And she got pregnant. And when he told her that she was pregnant, he said, I'm not going to marry you. You slept with me, who else you slept with? She went back and told her father. The father came with the elders of that village, or the city council, you could say. They went before the king and demanded that Shaka Zulu marry this slut. They wasn't happy about it, but they allowed her to stay there, and she had her own hut. But Shaka didn't like the fact that she came out of her place and made him have to marry her. And he married woman after woman after woman just to piss him off, just to piss her off. His mother's name was Mandy, if y'all saw the movie. Every once in a while, he would go by there and have sex with Mandy. It wasn't often, but he did. They had a little girl. So Shaka had a sister. Now where the story get weird is that the witch doctor said, you have to kill Shaka. You shouldn't have had him out of wedlock like that. He's a demon child. He's a child of the devil. He's going to do horrendous things that this kingdom has never seen. Shaka's father didn't want to kill him. But when his mother Mandy heard they were going to kill him, she grabbed the little girl and she grabbed Shaka and they ran back to her village. They sent soldiers for her, but the parents wouldn't allow the soldiers to take Shaka back. They didn't ask for Mandy back. They didn't ask for the slut back. They didn't even ask for the daughter back. But they asked for Shaka. Shows you the value of the men. Every time they would come, they would get held off. There was a dude that actually wanted to marry Mandy, but she wanted the king. He took her in and took in Shaka and the little girl and the little sister. And he protected them as long as he could. But word got back. Word got back that they wanted Shaka back. And so they had to go on the run. So now the grandfather died. Mandy's father died. So only the grandmother. And they had to work. And they were made fun of by the other kids. Ah, look at Mandy. She ain't got no man to take care of her. Don't nobody want her. Look at her out there working. Why you doing man's work? Where your man at? Oh, nobody don't want you. And they would beat Shaka up. You know why? Because they knew the mother was a slut. And they would look down upon her. So they got word that this time the king brought soldiers, a lot of them, and they were going to take Shaka back. So the grandmother, Mandy, his mother, Shaka Zulu, and the little sister, they went on a run. While running, the grandmother died. She didn't get buried. But because of her loose daughter, her mother died out there in the desert heat. No funeral, no nothing. Because of her slutty daughter. The king's soldiers finally caught up with Shaka. And he wasn't coming back, and they were going to kill him. They were going to kill him. But he had befriended somebody earlier in his life, and it helped him out. And that person turned out to be a prince. And by the time that day happened, he happened to come by and see him. And he said, get that man, he helped me out. And just then, Shaka's father, the king, came. His soldiers, that man, that was his territory. That man had thousands of soldiers. He only had about 30. So Shaka went under his wing. He had his own kingdom. And Shaka became a soldier there. And just like his slutty mother, he could not get along with the other soldiers because they had a discipline. His mother was not disciplined and didn't raise him to be disciplined. But because of being raised by a woman, reminiscent to the rage that's in these men now, he didn't have any logic. He only had emotion. And he didn't like the fact that they would stand 300 yards apart and they would throw spears and then dance. And whoever won the dance, that's how you fought a war back then. Shaka was about to change all that. He didn't like the fact that they wore sandals. I'm not wearing no sandals. He didn't like the fact that they had swords with the little itty bitty. The swords had arrows on them like this knife. Shaka Zulu went and had a knife made this big on the end of his sword. And one day they was having a war with somebody, and he went out there to throw the little spears like they do in dance or whatever. And he sat there and said, "Hey, how you doing, Echelon?" He sat there and said out his own mouth, "I'm not doing this crap. This is crazy." And he took his sword and he went up there and started stabbing them people. And you could imagine the screams and the horror. Because all they did was throw spears at each other and dance. You got somebody in a rage coming at you with this big spear just stabbing the heck at you. So the other people started running. They ain't know what to do. And that's what started it. He won that war. And he made him general of the army. And then the man died and he ain't had no sons. So Shaka became the king. And he started waging war. He trained all his people. So he changed war in Africa from it being fun and dancing to actually being savage killings. And his lust never waned. So he reigned as king there. Then he found out, I might be wrong, but I believe if he didn't become king, he asked the king for permission to go home. One or the other. He either took it over or he asked the king for permission to go home. He went. Remember I told you that his father married all those women to get back at Mandy? He went and killed each one of his half-brothers. And they had to make him the king. He went and killed every one of them in front of everybody. Killed each and every one of them with such a rage that he became king. And they ravaged almost everybody in that daggone country. Ravaged it. But he should have never been born. He should have never been born. You hear what I'm saying? He should have never been born. But it was the lust, the desire, the deceitfulness of his mother that caused so many losses of life. Because she didn't want to do the right thing. And it's been that way throughout our history. When us men sit back and let the women take the reins, it don't go well. It don't. Emmett Till was killed because a white woman said he tried to rape her. Black Wall Street was burnt down because a white woman said a black man in an elevator looked at her. Same thing with Oklahoma. How many other cases can we go find? It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. Why was John the Baptist killed? Because he told King Herod's brother-in-law, that woman you married is not your wife. You killed her husband and took her. That is not your wife. And she told the little girl, who danced in front of the royal court. He told the little girl, "You dance so well, I give you anything you want." She asked for the head of John the Baptist because her mother told her to ask. These things are in the Bible. Go look them up. Go look them up. I hate to say it, but the devil knows who the weaker vessel is. The weaker vessel is the woman. And he will always go to her first to start trouble. Because she leans with her emotions. She leans with her feelings. And the devil can manipulate your feelings. It's harder to do it with a man. It's harder. That's why he got to get the woman first and then have the woman work also with him without her knowing it to convince the man. The woman will say, you always lose. I'm tired of seeing you lose. But if you take out the padding in your gloves, you'll win. Well, that's cheating. And what happens if we get caught? See, the logic of the man will pop right up. She'll go, well, you won't get caught. We'll hurry up and get you out of there. Before the doctor come in there and check your gloves. And we'll have somebody retake your hand when you get back there. They have to convince the man. The same way Eve convinced Adam. When she brought him the apple, he said, didn't God say not to eat that? It's so good, you gotta try. No, God said, he got to work with the woman. That's why the woman can't be in the front line. She can't be out there. She needs to be protected. She needs to be in her place. When you let her out, it's like opening the Pandora's box. Because she'll look around. You know what? I don't understand why you got the bulls pinned in like that. How would you like to be pinned in? But I feel they should be free. So I'm gonna go open the gate up. And then the bull come out there and horn her to death. But she felt that the bull shouldn't be locked behind the gate. There's a reason the bull was locked behind the gate. But her feelings overtook the reason. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? The feeling, I feel that everything should be free. But there's a reason why that bull was gated in. There's a reason for it. Well, I feel that, he's such a handsome looking bull. Why we got him locked in? We should just let him out. Women are our greatest asset, but they also our biggest weakness. That's why St. Paul said to men, if you are single and you can control yourself, it's best to stay single. But if you cannot control yourself, then go ahead and get married. And I just told you what he was talking about. We covered that on the sermon the other day, but now I really broke it down for you. If you cannot handle your woman, she's not only going to take you away from God, she's going to put you in situations you can't get out of. And we can come to 2020. You got all these guys bragging about, oh, I can go get this girl and smash and get that girl and smash. They don't realize that the woman is fine with that. Because she can get money out of you and go get her nails done. She can get money out of him, go get her tails done. She can get money and she can get this food to pay her rent, get this food to pay her phone bill. And all you guys form as Voltron. You all come together and form as Voltron. And she sees you all as one. And her job is to make sure that y'all don't come together. She's got to make sure you don't come together. You got to make sure she see you here, see you there, see you there, see you there. Make sure when y'all come together and you say, hey, that's my girl. No, that's my girl. What do you mean that's my girl? Her game get blown up. So you thinking that you the only one. And you're not. You're being played. And we've been played all through history. Now, there are some women that have done great things. The two Marys out the Bible. Ruth. Go read the story of Ruth. It wasn't supposed to be called Ruth. That was a man that was supposed to have been the judge. And he said, you have such a rapport with the king that's enslaving us. I want you to go and talk to him. She said, you know that if I go, I'm going to get the credit, a woman, and you're going to be looked down upon because you let a woman take your place. And he said, I'm fine with that. See? And as we get fine with that, we lose our place. It's the book of Ruth. Y'all want to go look it up? So you can't get mad at what I said because you can't dispute it. But the fact of the matter is, you are in a better position than most women in the world. There are women in the Middle East that would love to do the things that you do. But before you pat yourself on the back, American women, let me tell you something that my mother told me back in 1983. Actually, it was 82. We was in New York City, my first time being there. And I loved it. And I told my mother, why can't we move here? And she said, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. New York is a great place to visit. It's not a great place to live. It's nice to come here. Nice to see the Statue of Liberty. It's nice to get them big fat slices of pizza for 99 cents. I don't know what they cost now. But back in 82, you got a big, they used to make them big pizzas. They're like this. Not these little things we get now. These little things. They was big. You used to get a big, a slice of pizza. You literally could have that and some corn or some, you can have some corn or some peas or, some macaroni. That could be a side order. That one piece could just fill you. And they had the, we have UTs, but they had the Wise chips. There was a little chip, there was only a quarter, and you got the bag of chips, there was a quarter. So I like New York. I'm a kid. Now, my mama said it's a nice place to visit, but you don't want to live here. And the women around the world, they like to come over here and they like to see what y'all doing. But in the back of their mind, they know. It's nice to see, but I don't want to do that. It's nice though. But see, when they turn on their TV and they see the kids talking back to you, and they see, especially with the white women, the kids, shut up, mom. Shut up, mom. You wait till your daddy come home. Over there, when daddy come home, daddy gonna tear the house up. There ain't gonna be no, you don't hit your mother like that anymore, son. Yeah, that son is gonna be brought before the whole village, and they gonna put something on him. He'll never think to raise his hand to his mother. When they see that, they go, oh, you know what? That look good, but when they see, I've raised you, then it's time for you to go out into the world. Get your education. Time for you to go get married. Wait a minute, you pregnant. That means we not gonna get no money for your dowry. Wait a minute. That means I'm gonna have to help you raise this baby. Isn't that what happened here? Except we've already got rid of the dowry. But wait a minute, we not gonna get no money for you. We're not gonna be able to have no wedding. Why the hell would you do this to us? You have shamed us in front of the whole country. It's gonna be all in the news. Ain't no man gonna, we might have to send you to America. Because won't no man marry you here now. You're used goods. It might look good when they first think about it, but then as they watch the movies and they go, oh, hell no. I wish my child would talk to me like that. I pick up the nearest thing and bust them in their head. And ain't nobody gonna say nothing. They're gonna say, can I hit them too? Talking back to you like that. So while you pat yourselves on the back and think that you're the greatest in the world, no, we doing it wrong. And some of y'all might get mad at me. That's okay, I love you. That's why I'm telling you the truth. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't tell you the truth. But my question is, how can we ever go back to the way God intended it? That's the question. Will it ever happen? Will we ever be able to go back? There's a reason why we have so many different branches of the same religion. There's a reason why we have so many branches. Every religion has a branch, but none more than the Christian one. Do you know why? Pressure from women to the men, to the point that they start making their own religion just to keep their women happy. That's why it's so many different religions. For all the talk about the Mormon religion, that religion actually held to the book of the Bible as far as a man having as many wives as he could afford. And the feminists, man, people scared to say they Mormon. I remember when TLC had the shows, women trying to escape the Mormon religion. How are we gonna fix this? That's all I'm asking. How are we gonna fix this? I honestly don't know. But right now, we can do the best we can. But, you know, people keep making jokes talking about, you know, Brother Derek, you need to get married. How can I know this? How can I know what I just told you? How can I go marry somebody that's not mine? I'm asking you. How can I go marry somebody who belongs to somebody else? Who's belonged to a whole lot of somebody else's? I'm 50 years old now, as of the 29th. Where am I going to find a 50-year-old virgin? Where am I going to find a 45-year-old virgin? Where am I going to find a 35-year-old virgin? I literally would have to go down to 19 or 20 and hope that they got through high school without giving it up. But then what am I going to do for the daggone 20-year-old? Sissy Mayo been messing with 20-year-olds for years. I'm 50 and she 20. She want to go out to the concerts. My wife don't do that. She want to go to the clubs. My wife don't. You do understand that I'm a minister, right? You can't do these things. You can't have them tight clothes on. You can't wear them bikinis at the beach. You have to keep yourself covered up. What? Yeah. You're a minister's wife. That's not going to work. I literally had to go to Cambodia. I might have to go to Timbuktu. I might have to go to the daggone. I might have to go to the hills of Babylon. I might have to go to Pago and Samoa. Where am I going to find? Where am I going to find it at? Sometimes it's better not to know. But you don't want to be in front of Jesus not knowing. Why shouldn't I throw you in that furnace? I don't know. I want to go. I want to go to heaven. What have you done? You done everything wrong. Well, I didn't know it. There ain't no second chance. Like the information out there. You ain't got no excuse. I came down on earth and did it. What excuse can you give me? Tell the truth. Y'all don't think Jesus could have got something? Be honest. Be honest. You're going to say, I did it. Why can't you do it? I came down and did it for 32 years. Why you couldn't do it? Yeah, I probably had to go down to the nunnery and yank an old broad out. Be like, Jesus don't need no daggone hug. Why you think Jesus need a wife? Who came up with that dumb mess? I need a real wife though. Any volunteers? Oh man. Be like, yes, I need you to denounce the nunnery and come with me, please. Need you to denounce it. I've been the head mother here for 60 years. It don't matter. Sometimes says, you know what I hate the most? People who mess around early in their age, and then when they get saved, they call themselves born again virgin. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Now said, laugh out loud. Sometimes said, waiting for the right one to marry. Liz said, oh mercy. Well, sometimes, let me tell you something. Those people are, remember what I told you about? When you hear something or you see something, and by the time it go in your brain and come out your mouth, it's something different. Once you soiled, you can't be unsoiled. Once you are soiled, you can't be unsoiled. If a woman was molested if she was raped back in biblical days, she just became a helper. She lived the rest of her life serving other people. She couldn't be married. So if you gave it up, technically you done. And that's going to be the hard part. How am I going to find a woman that ain't gave it up? I would have to go steal one of God and Jesus' wives. They don't need no wife. That nigga. Sometimes says, yeah, but how can you be a virgin when you can drive a semi truck through there, do a U-turn and come out without hitting the walls? Liz said, TMI, that was too detailed. But that's the point, though. But like I said, we've dug ourselves into a mess. And you know, a lot of people say that Babylon is not Babylonia. A lot of people say that Babylon is the United States. I'm dead serious. They say that Babylon is the United States and that the Antichrist is going to be a popular official, whether it be a governor or an actor, and going to be linked with the Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church is going to be the beast. And that when Jesus come back, the beast and the Catholic Church are going to be the first things in the furnace. The Antichrist, the beast, and the Catholic Church are going to be thrown into the lake of fire. The devil will be chained up for 1,000 years. And a lot of people don't believe this, but we saw it in Revelations when we looked at it last year. There actually is a line that says that Jesus will rule the people on the earth for that 1,000 years. Now, what's not explained is that going to be the people who didn't know about Jesus? That are still alive? Will they be given the chance to run with Jesus for 1,000 years with him ruling? Are those people going to be given a second chance because they didn't know? Because then it says after the 1,000 years, the devil's going to be let out. He's going to be mad. You're 1,000 years trapped somewhere. You're going to really be mad. He's mad now. Imagine when you're 1,000 years. He's going to come out and try to get in the minds and try to turn as many people as he can. And then it's going to be another war. And when Jesus destroys all the people that line up with the devil to fight him, when he destroys them, he's going to throw the devil. The devil going to be thrown into the furnace of fire. And then everybody is going to come from everywhere and line up. And we all got to go stand before Jesus. And some are going to go up, and some are going to go into that furnace. That's going to be a crazy day. But I'm sure most of you don't want to go in that furnace. But that's the second death. That's the second death. You're down on earth. But then you get called. But before that first battle happens, the people who have been walking with Jesus and God, they're going to get sucked up like a vacuum. It's the people that left after all the 7 trials and tribulations, you know, when they start emptying the bowls out and the plagues and all of that. The people who didn't know Jesus or God, those are going to be the ones that's going to be given a second chance. How many of you don't know who Jesus or God is? I'm just asking. How many? There are people in the world who don't know who Jesus and God is. I'm sure we can go back in the hills or somewhere and find somebody. Who? Jesus? What? Who? I'm sure it's some people. Something like pygmies and stuff like that. Some people that's reclusive. You said, what about the other religions? Sometimes you have to make a decision. And when you make your decision, unless something comes along better, stick with your decision. Because there are some manuscripts that were left out the Bible that said that you can be perfect or not be perfect. But if you repent at the right time, you can still get in. So you can do whatever you want to do and then repent right before it happens. And other people that live their life and done everything right and suffered, and you partied all the time, you repent at the right time, you might be able to squeeze in. I don't know if I believe that. But there are lost gospels that say just that. Now, if you believe, all you got to do, how you doing, Toss, baby? All you got to do is just do what Jesus did when he was down here on earth. Live as he lived. And here's the one thing that I always say, and nobody had disagreed with me yet, but I'll say it again anyway. If you do what Jesus asked you to do. You're going to have a great marriage. You're going to have great kids. The only trouble you're going to have is when the demons come around and mess with you. You're going to be stable. Now, you might not be able to go to the club and shake your butt, and you might not be able to walk around with your breasts hanging out, and you're not going to be able to go around acting a daggone fool. But your marriage is going to be fine. Your children are going to be fine. Even if this is all some made up hoax, you still better off than if you live how these people living now. What you got to lose? I'd rather do the right thing, and then when it happened, be standing there with no shame. I did what I was supposed to do. Oh, it was okay, well, still, hey. I enjoyed my kids. I enjoyed my grandkids. I was a pillar of the community. What I got to be ashamed of? Now, if it is true, you in trouble. Charles, baby, we having a nice talk about religion. Please don't come in here and talk about that woman. Don't do us like that. Don't do us like that. Come on, Tars. We having a nice conversation about religion. Sometimes heaven sound boring. Y'all don't understand what boring is. I would love to have a boring life. I would love to have a boring life. To be able to pay my bills, I would love to have that E-Wheels 36 scooter, that mobility scooter. I would love to have that. It ain't gonna happen. But I would love to have that. Love to be able to not have to worry about how much is the BG&E bill gonna be this month, how much is my meds gonna be this month. The prices keep changing. I would love to just be stable. Stability. That's what people should aim for. Stability. If you like to go bowling, you should be able to go bowling at least twice a week and be able to play more than one game and have to leave. You know, if you like riding horses, you should have your own horse and be able to go ride it when you want to. Instead of having to wait in line at somebody else's stable and you got to pay to ride the horse. I think you should be stable. You know, if you get a nice car, it ain't got to be, you know, a Mercedes or a Beamer, but if you get something nice, you know, if you want to get, you know, something nice and it don't break down on you and it's good, that's stability. Why would you want to get something fancy that break down every damn week? Every time somebody say, hey, where your car at? It's so nice. Oh, it's at the mechanic shop. What? Again? Yeah. Man, you know these fancy things, you got to keep them up. We're like, nah, man, don't want your car. I used to say it's nice, man, but I can't deal with that. Let me see the chat real quick. Sometimes, you said a Brazilian woman? Ain't it? You said before you die, you want to sniff coke off a woman's body. They always wanted to try that. Okay. Now, I'm not going to curse. We got to realize that when we want to do stuff that's crazy, it's something called fantasies. Fantasies need to stay a fantasy. A man saying that he want to sleep with 3 women, he want a twosome or a threesome. I think they sick in the head. It's hard enough listening to one daggone woman babble Why the hell would you want 3 at the same time? It's hard enough dealing with 1. Why would you want 3? That's just stupid. Now it's my turn. You have longer than me. Why would you want to? You want 3? Somebody tell me a lie. Sometimes they never mind. What the heck? Yeah, you know, it sounds good, but then think about it. You imagine 3 women? God darn. You come home from work, you don't know what you're going to walk into when you come in the door. Every day the police sitting outside waiting you come home. Like, well, what I do now? No, me and her squashed that. Yeah, but your new wife can't got something. She said, you hit her last night. We got to lock you up. Todd said, I see nothing wrong with anyone's last wishes. Todd, that's not your last wish. When you close your eyes, the journey just begins. All this is your audition. Where are you going? When you close your eyes, Tars, where are you going? Now, let me give you an example here. I hope it ain't hard to find. Let me find an example here. Give me a second. I had to find this for somebody else a couple months ago. I think I saved it. Where's the anime? There it is. And let me find it real quick. I believe it's under Bibles. There it is. All right. Tars, take a look at this there. You see this right here? This is the earth. This is paradise. This is Sheol or Hades. This really is hell. But this is paradise is the top part. Down here is torments. I call it baby hell, right? When you die, you go one of these places. The people that's walking with Jesus and God, they go to paradise. The people that do what they want to do and follow the devil, they go to, see how wide that gate is? Can you see how wide that is? Look how wide it is at the bottom. Look how narrow it is at the top. Look how wide it is. I call this baby hell. Some people call it torment. I call it baby hell. But I want you to look here. Those of paradise, at Judgment Day, they get rewarded. Judgment Day, the people in torments, they get condemned. You got people that's sitting down there in that and been sitting down there since Jesus' days. You got people that's been sitting down there on slow burn. And when you close your eyes, you're going to one of them 2 places. You're going to one of them 2 places. And if you are the lost, that's why they say lost, because you gone, you done. And that's why I told the story yesterday about the rich man that treated the beggar like dirt. When he walked to the edge of the gulf and looked up, he saw him up there with Abraham chilling, having a good old time. He down here burning. He begged Abraham to let him take a bum that used to lay under his table and eat the scraps that fell off his table. A bum that used to lay out there at the gate and doves would lick the sores off of him. Ooh. He begged Abraham to let this nasty bum dip his hand in water and put it down so he could just lick a drop off just to get temporary relief from the heat. You would let a bum that you knew the dogs licked off of. You that bad of shape. It that rough down there that you would lick a drop of water off his hand. So imagine that. That's rough right there. That's rough right there. just to get a drop of water. That's rough right there. And he said, I see nothing wrong with anyone's last wishes. Naya said, laugh out loud. Sometimes sat right at Tall's baby. Tall said, laugh out loud. Liz said, I just hope I die peacefully, nothing to stream. And I said, I believe hell is where all the casinos, the strip clubs, the good food, and nice hotel. Well, sometimes I just showed you where it is. I don't see no casino. All I see is darkness and flame and torture. Sometimes say, why is it that everything that make you feel good is a sin? I never understood that. Because if we never ate the apple, we wouldn't know about none of that. We wasn't built for it, that's why. We wasn't designed for it. And that's why it's so attractive. We weren't designed for it. We were made to worship God. When we took that apple, we started worshiping ourselves. And when you worship yourself, you wind up in baby hell. Why should he take you up there? I asked that question. You get mad when I ask that question. Tall baby said, I just live, bro Dirk. I'm happy. I have a husband and 2 children. I've had it all and learned luxurious things don't make you happy. I've been through hell and back. I've been suicidal. Tall said, right at Tall's baby, enjoy life while you can. Don't be miserable with it. Tall said, I've been beat, hurt by most trusted. I give, they take, never given back anything. Tall says, I trust nobody but God, yet I will want a last wish exactly sometimes. Tall said, God loves all his children. You could have sinned and he will forgive. You're right, God does love us all. And that's why he gave us the gift of grace. But from the get-go, he told Adam and Eve, if you eat from this tree, you must die. And the devil heard that. And he said, yeah, I ain't got to come down here and deal with these daggone idiots. I'm going to get them. We're going to start with the woman. And I'm going to get them to eat off this tree. And then he'll have to kill him. He said he would kill him. He always does what he said. He didn't realize. The devil didn't realize that he said, you shall surely die. But at that point, I don't think we was going to die. Adam and Eve lived to be 900-something years old. That's a long time. I know that really pissed the devil off. After about the 500 year, hey, y'all still here? Why y'all still here? 500 years, you supposed to die when you ain't died, but what y'all going on here? But that's why what Jesus did for us is so special. The devil thought that by getting the Jews and the Romans to kill Jesus, that the Israelites would never get Jerusalem back. They would never get Judah back. They would never rebuild the temple. They would never get back to where they was. What he didn't realize was he actually helped us defeat death. We cheated death. When he thought he was doing something by having Jesus crucified, it never occurred to him, why is he allowing these people to do this to him? Never occurred to him. Jesus came down here to show us how to live, to tell us what God expected from us. And then he died to absorb our sin. Adam and Eve sinned. Y'all ladies don't like it, but the woman don't count. Adam sinned. Adam was a perfect man. Every seed that came from Adam, all of us are Adam's children. We all inherited sin. If you have something and you want to erase what something did, you need something of equal value. I'm a sinner. I can't erase my father Adam's sin. He was a perfect man. I'm not perfect. It took a perfect man to erase that sin and make us right with God again. There's only been two perfect men to walk this earth. The other one was Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ took Adam's place. His perfect body atoned for the sin that Adam did when he ate that apple. We could never be fully right with God. That's why they had to sacrifice the animal. The animal would die in your place. The blood burning on that altar takes the place of your blood burning. When Jesus died on the cross, his perfect blood atoned and took the place of Adam's blood. And if we accept Jesus Christ into our life, he will use his blood to wipe us clean so that we are acceptable to God. And through him, we can talk to God. And God can look down and not see our sinful bodies, which he can't stand to look at. But he can look down. And he's looking through the blood of Jesus. We are acceptable. But you got to let him do it. And that's the hard part. People want to do what they want to do all the time. They don't want to learn how to listen for him. They don't want to learn what his plan is for them. But he can make you acceptable. We all sin. But the thing is, you got to try not to sin. I can't say, I'm an alcoholic. Jesus, please forgive me. I want to go to heaven so bad, but I'm an alcoholic and I know you don't believe in that gluttony, but I want to go so bad. I'm going to try not to drink. And Jesus says, okay, and I'm going to wipe you clean. And then that Saturday, you back at the bar. And then the next day, Sunday morning, you go, oh, Jesus, I fell off the wagon, you know. Can you help me out again? And I won't do it no more. He'll say, sure. And you'll be clean. But then the next Saturday, you go get drunk again. And then that Sunday, you get drunk again. And then Wednesday, you get drunk again. And guess what? Jesus Christ is going to leave you. He's going to leave you. Because you have to make an attempt not to sin. You can't say, I'm not going to gamble. And then you gambling next week. Well, you erase it. That's the part that people can't do. You said, You said, just believe you were forgiven for your sins. Make that change before it's too late. Change. Yes, but but don't ask. Just ask for forgiveness. Show your willingness to leave the stuff of the earth alone. Show your willingness. You know how hard it is? I've never been to a club. I only know from stories of taking people there or seeing the movies. I don't know what it means. You know, when somebody was talking about getting a bottle, I didn't know what they meant. They thought I was crazy. You ain't ever went and got the bottle? You ain't ever sat at the VIP table with the ropes around you? I'm like, they're crazy. No. But am I going to die because I ain't never been to the club? I ain't never been bungee jumping. Am I going to die? There are things that we think we have to do because people tell you that's what you got to do. Well, who said it? I'm so tired of people saying, well, I'm just not going to do that. Good girls stay home, but bad girls go out every night. I'm not going to stay home and wait for some man to come ask me to marry him. I'm going to go out there. But guess what? Those women don't get married. They have all that fun. And then they wind up with a bunch of children they can't take care of and can't get a man to help them do nothing. But when they were young, hey, I ain't staying home. Blondes have fun, brunettes have problems. Hey. But guess what? The women that stay home, they get married. And the husband that respect and want them and don't want nobody else to touch them. Girls that go out, they wind up getting pimped out. It's hard. It's got to be hard. God says, yes, including you. You know something? I wish you came by more often. I have a conversation with Jesus every night. I talk to him every night. A lot of the topics that we do, I get them through the Spirit. I've said that I fall short. I've called myself a sinner 3 times during this show. Seriously. I don't come here and act like I'm better than anybody else. I've done some horrible things in my lifetime, but there was always a line that I wouldn't cross. Some people cross that line all the time, but it's not too late. And that's what I'm here to tell you. It's not too late. But people want to do what they want to do. Taurus, I don't know where you coming from on that, but I just told you that I talk to Jesus Christ every night and confess my sins. So obviously you're not listening. Because the one thing that I teach you is don't worry about what your fellow man think. Worry about what God and Jesus think. I'm not perfect and never said I was. But Taurus, baby, you never heard me say that nobody don't have to ask for forgiveness. I just told you how it works. I ask for forgiveness all the time. I know I'm not worthy. I know that I'm short. I know that I'm fat. I know I'm not handsome. But I do know one thing. I don't want to go to that bottom part. And I'm not going to let no human being take me there. I want to go to the top part. And I want to take as many as y'all with me as I can. That's why I come before you. I don't come before you for money. I don't come before you for attention. I don't come before you for fame. I don't want to be up there with nobody I don't know for an eternity. I want to see people up there with me. It's going to be a whole lot of crying when, as Jesus said, the father took, the mother ain't. The son took, the daughter ain't. The aunt took, the uncle ain't. It's going to be a whole lot of crying when people go, why wasn't I took? I want as many people, as many as I can get to be took. It's not about me. But something been shown to me. And I share it with all of you. If I get angry sometimes, I'm human just like you are. But if I've offended somebody, then just say it. But I always tell you, before you say something, don't say what you feel. Don't say what you think. Say what you know. That's why I can't be crossed up, because I only say what I know. You can't go back and say, oh, Brother Derek, you said that then. What I said then, I say now. Truth don't change. Now you can think of some of the times that y'all keep pointing out that I got angry. Like about the pedal. But that's what you're talking about. And I appreciate you giving us the money to get them. But I went to the doctors that day, and I rode on one pedal. And I was embarrassed. And my leg was hurting. Trying to pedal with one pedal. And I got frustrated. But I charged the bike up. And I went to the bike shop. And they gave me a pedal for free. I really felt stupid. But it was a cheap plastic pedal. It would have broke in a week or two, but they gave me one for free. And then you donated the money, and we was able to get them. The other time you're talking about is when we got the flat tire. And I didn't have any money for a cab. And I probably torn the rim up. That's why I haven't taken the bike back to the shop. It's $40 to get it fixed. But I don't know if the rim damaged. If the rim not damaged for $40, I'll walk right out of that. I'll ride out of that. If the rim damaged, are they going to be able to repair it? Do they have blow torches? Because the motor is in that rim. The motor is in that rim. That means I might have to buy a whole new rim with the motor inside. That could cost anywhere from $400 to $500, which is more than I paid for the bike. But while I was deciding that, I got the scooter. And so I've been using the scooter. And when I get the stimulus money, if they ever get around to it, I'm going to take the bike up to the shop. And if they can fix it, we'll get it fixed. And I'll be straight. If they can't fix it, then I need to look for something else. But that day I was angry. Because I was tired and it was hot. And I was in nowhere near any kind of gas station where I could go get some air. But the first thing I'm going to do when I get it fixed, I'm going to order me a mini air pump so that we don't have that problem again. But I apologize for what I said. If you wasn't here, I'm sorry you didn't see it. Well, I don't know how you missed the video because Naya said the same thing. I believe her and Liz said something, and I gave an apology. The video is up. I gave an apology. Because I was wrong to say what I said, but I don't feel bad for saying it. If I see that you need something and you're in trouble, I'm going to help you out. especially if I roll with you. You shouldn't have to ask. I see a problem, I'm going to try to help you fix it. But see, that wasn't the first time. When I was trying to show y'all the Hamden area, and the camera kept cutting in and out, I fell that day and still got up and took y'all to all 55 stores on those 4 blocks. And we came up out of there, and on the way home, I caught the flat tire. And it was a beautiful day that day. And I caught the flat tire, and I was stranded and wound up right back at the same place where I started at that doctor's office. I wound up back at the same place, sitting outside on the bench. And it went from being beautiful weather to being bitter cold. And I was sitting out there freezing my cojones off. And I'm sitting there with a bike with a flat tire. And it was Lucky. I hope she don't mind me saying her name. But a couple of weeks before, No Night by Cash said you should save some money in case something happened to you. And I did. And with the cab, but I had enough money, I got the tire fixed and I rolled out of there. But then the pedal broke. And I had already used the money that I saved. So I did the right thing. I saved the money, but I had to use it. So I did the right thing. And something else broke. And if you need help, and y'all are riding with me, y'all let me go into that hospital with one pedal. And people were pointing. And I did take it out on the people that was watching. But it was a real emotion. The camera just happened to be rolling as I was sitting there waiting for the bike to charge. It wasn't like I made the video, but let me make a video here and we're gonna get on the people. I just was frustrated and I said what I said. What I said wasn't wrong, but I shouldn't have said it. Because if I was in the audience and I see this person trying to entertain me and he need help, and it's only $5 or $6, I'm going to help him. I'm not even going to ask. I'm going to help him. When I had all them groceries and I'm trying to make it home, it would have only cost me, it would have only cost $4 or $5, and not even $4 to get home. And nobody You said, don't step back. I apologize, but I told the truth. Why is it that people are scared of the truth? Why does the truth hurt so much? Now, I told you what I thought. See, that's what I mean. Everybody else want to say what they think or what they feel, but when you say it back to them, it's an issue. That's why I say you should never say what you think or you feel. Because when you tell somebody what you feel, that makes them angry. But just tell them what you know. And I just say what I know. If I'm sitting in the audience and I'm watching you toss, baby, and you need a couple dollars, and I see you in need, and I got the couple dollars, I'm going to give it to you and say, do what you got to do. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to give you a long sermon because that's not going to, you're in a crisis. You don't need that then. Later on, I can tell you, you should have handled that better. But right now, we need to handle this. But see, that's what I think. Now, everybody don't think that way. So you say, why did you apologize and still talking about it? Because I apologized back then. Somebody else asked me about it a few months later. I apologized again. Then your buddy made a video. I had to deal with it again. Then Dave 25 made a video, took that same video and put it on his channel. And some people hit me up on the back end. It's like it won't go away. Why is it that y'all harp on stuff and don't let it go away? If you apologize and you forgive somebody, then that's it. You don't keep coming back and trying to beat them upside the head with it. Somebody apologize, you accept it, and you move on. Why everybody want to keep going back? Have I done it since? Is a better question. Have I done it since? If I ask something and y'all don't respond, I keep moving. I don't bring it up again. We are at phone company having problems today, boy. That's why we're in the lower resolution. Hold on, let me show you something real quick, Toss. And I'm not asking nobody for nothing. We're going to get there the hard way. But let's go to YouTube. Actually, let me go back. Let's go to the studio. Take me to the studio, please. Now, I asked a week ago, could somebody put up $5? To get your first check from YouTube, you have to hit $100. We are at $97.17. We was at $95 for the longest time. Do you know why we at $97.17? My YouTube membership. They took the money for the YouTube membership. Right there. So $25.20 of that is from channel memberships. And I believe this is my third month, so I'll put in $6 of that 25. But they just took the payment yesterday. So us only getting 10 cent, 8 cent, 2 cent a video, we were stuck in the 95s for the longest time. Now we are at $97.17. So we need $3. No, we need $2.80-something. Now, Liz and Naya, when Liz and Naya payment come due, because we the only people that subscribe. When one of their $2 come in, I think somebody is a 2 and somebody got the $4.99 subscription. When one of them come due, that's when we gonna get put over. Because us showing the videos, most of the money get took by the videos. But we at 97.17 right now, and whenever that payment come due, that's when we gonna break the 100. Whichever one come first, whoever come first, that is what it's gonna do. Now, see, Charles, baby, you asked me earlier, don't backstep after apologizing. But I've apologized 3 times since you first brought it up. But yet you still going on and on. You still going on and on. Why are you still going on and on? We had moved to a different topic, but you still going on and on. So let's deal with the real issue. You said you're still telling us we not right for not giving in time. You're concussing me. What? I'm concussing you. Okay, after the day, no more yelling at your subs. When stuff don't go your way, you get mad and take it out on your subs. Keep it real. I don't know how YouTube work. I'm not a content creator. You waste money, not our fault. Liz and I always told you to stop wasting money. You never listen to them. Never. You are hard-headed. Love you, but you are. No, you wrote it back up again, BD. She said she's showing her feelings. She's just being expressive. So you gonna keep beating me up about this same thing? Because to be honest with you, sometimes Sam comes in and does a super chat. You gave me a donation the other day. Naya and Liz do the membership. I think somebody got a $3.99 or $4.99. The other one got a $1.99. But we haven't got any other donations. I didn't even get a donation for my birthday. I'm not moaning and groaning. I'm not complaining. I've actually done better with my money. I've even cut down on getting stuff for the show. Now, I broke the mirror. I broke one of the mirrors. And it's because they weren't fitted properly. So I ordered the 2 mirrors. I didn't ask nobody for no money towards them. So don't make it seem like I got donate flashing on my screen every minute. You ain't never heard me say I'm not gonna do my show because ain't nobody donating. You never heard that. Now you saying we tell you not to buy sodas. Well, did you watch the last trip to the market? You realize that I use sugar-free powder mix and water. And I've been experimenting with putting this much. I can show it to you. I put this much soda in the bottle, add water, put the powder mix in, shake it up, then fill it up with water and put it in the freezer. That's been my experiment because I was just using the sugar-free powdered soda mix. And I was starting to get tired of it. So I said, let me mix it up. But I haven't drank a straight soda in months. Right? Did you see the last show? I bought salad. And I've been eating salad for the past 2 days. I have really changed. I went to the doctors. I didn't like what the doctor said. And she's right. I have been getting pudding and applesauce and fruit cocktail. And even though I was only nibbling on them during the show, it drove my stuff up. And I knew it. And the doctor said, you are now uncontrollable. So I'm trying to tone everything down. You know, I'm trying. And I'm also looking, I'm not looking at mobility scooters anymore. I'm just going to try to get the bike fixed. But until I take it there, I won't know if the rim is damaged. Now, I'm not going to ask nobody for no money. I will wait to the 3rd or the stimulus, whichever one comes first. I will go up to the bike shop and I'll let them try to put a new inner tube in there. If it hold the air, everything good. I won't need to buy anything. I'll be good. If it is damaged, then I gotta call Swagtron. And I gotta find out how much is it to buy that rim with the motor. If that rim with the motor is more than $300, I'm buying me something different. I'm sorry. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If I have to spend $300 to fix that one wheel, I'd rather just buy something else. I ain't gonna lie to you. So we'll see. See, here comes somebody coming in here. That's what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So, hold on a sec. So, if I've been drinking sodas all week, how many sodas did I buy at the market? Since you watch me all the time, how many sodas did I buy at the market? Who watched the video? How many sodas did I buy at the market? Because I can tell you right now, What am I about to have? But let's go see. What do we have in the freezer right now? What do we have in the freezer right now? Those of you who went with me to the market, this is Hawaiian Punch. Okay? Well, let me show you. Wait, we don't have to wait. Now, these are sugar-free. I like the A and W the best. Let me pull the OBS so I can make sure that y'all see this. Hold on. Can you see that? Can you see it? There it is, right? Can you see it? Can you see that word? Can you see that word? What that word say? What did the word say? It said sugar-free. So you saw me buy 2 colas the last time I went. Because we still got 3 boxes of the root beer. And one of the ones that I bought was a what? It was a root beer. And like I said, you put this much real soda in there, then you put the powder mix in there, and then you add water and you shake it up. So it's watered down. It's not straight soda. But those of you who watched the video before, you saw me buy a ginger ale, Canada Dry. You saw me buy the Hawaiian Punch, and we still got 1 left. Six coming in. We still got 1 left of the of the ginger ale. We still got 2 left, right? Now, you see red. You see red, right? No, you see red, right? Let me show you where that box is. We got to get it out the trash, and it won't take long. Hold on, because it's at the very top of the trash bag. Oh, you hard to find, ain't you, son? Where'd you go? Oh, did I put it in? That's right. Okay, I got it. Now, this is the Hawaiian Punch. Can you see that? It says sugar free. Do you see that? Two left. Why are there 2 left? Why are there 2 left out the 6? Explain. Why are there 2 left? Because we got 2. We got 2. And I just showed you the packets. Now, they come 6. So that means I've already, and I got these last week. I got these last week. Okay? But I just polished this off. We still got some in here from the ginger ale. So when we go to the market tomorrow, I'll get a ginger ale. We still got grape Hawaiian punch left. If you watch the shows, you'll see me drinking the grape. You'll see me drinking the red. You'll see me drinking the ginger ale. If you go watch the video, not this time, but the time when I bought these, when you go watch the video, you hear me telling the cashier, I'm gonna try a new experiment. I'm gonna put a little bit at the bottom, and there's 6 in here. So I'll be able to make 6 1-liters. And we only gonna put 1/4 of real soda in there. Only 1/4. And the rest is gonna be sugar-free and water. Y'all making me do a victim on here. I'm sitting there showing you stuff. But you came in here talking trash. Let me see what you got to say. Because you came in here talking trash. You need to take your ass back over there. Because you look stupid. You say you got it on video. Why you don't talk about the video where I'm telling the cashier what I'm going to do? Why you didn't mention that? See, this is why I say you're lousy at this, man. You suck. You don't do your homework. Because see, you say, he got a soda, I'm going to use it on him. But how did you miss the part where I'm telling the cashier what I'm going to do? Why you didn't mention that? So like I said, these are sugarless. Now, Naya had suggested the fizz. These bottles are actually, that I use, they actually are the fizz bottles. They cost $1 a piece. So it would cost me $4 of these, and then I had to mix it with a pack of this. Well, if I can get 1 2-liter, I can make 7 or 8 sodas and have a little bit of fizz, but now I have the full soda. That's a nice compromise. It ain't perfect, but it's a nice compromise. Well, like I said, this is what my people suggested that I get, and I got it. The A&W is really the only one that tastes like real soda with no fizz in it. This actually tastes like soda. But it's a little itty bitty powder packet. And I'm filling it with straight water. It just got a little bit of soda at the bottom for flavor. Now it ain't perfect, but you can't tell me that it's not a savings. Look at this, there ain't that much in here. Look at that. You mix this with water. You see, there ain't that much in there. But, you know, I love how somebody just want to come in here and act like they know everything and ain't done their homework, and then they just look stupid. Oh, just look stupid. That's why I say you should keep the I feels and the I thinks. You should only say what you know. Because I can pull the video up and I can pull the audio of me telling the man what I did. I told the cashier, and really, I told y'all. And let me tell you something. This tastes good. It's only, see that line right there? It's only that much real Hawaiian punch in there. It's a little experiment. You know, it's a little test. As I'm trying to find the right thing. But even though I got this here, I got this here too. It's just regular water. And like I'm sitting here drinking sodas all day. But y'all just make it seem like I'm just going out there, I'm just guzzling soda. I tried to find a compromise. It's an experiment. If my sugar don't come down, I'm gonna have to abandon it. But at least I'm trying something. I'm not just sitting here not doing nothing. Oh, woe is me. I got diabetes. I'm gonna just keep drinking soda until my legs fall off or I go blind. I'm trying to do something. Sometimes you get on the kick. Right now, I'm on a salad kick. They're expensive. They $6.99, but you get a big bowl of salad, and then it got slim cuts of chicken in it, right? And then it got corn and black peas, and then it got 2 kinds of cheeses, the shredded, and you put it in there and mix it up. Oh, and then it got these I don't know what they are. They're different colors. I don't know what they call them, but they're not croutons, but they're real crisp. It looked like pieces of paper. I don't know, but it tastes good in the salad. I hate to say it. The only thing I'm missing is the market don't have what the delivery place had. The delivery place had them jalapeno peppers in there. Boy, them jalapeno peppers, man. That's the only thing I'm missing. I might have to go shop for them. Them jalapenos, y'all know the kind that they come with the pizza, you know, had a little stem on it, and you take it and you bite into it and go, ooh. That's the only thing missing. So right now I'm on a salad kick. What am I gonna have for dinner when I get out of here? Salmon. We're gonna have salmon for dinner tonight. And I got some corn oil, and I'm just gonna put just a little bit in the center of the pot, and I'm gonna like mix it around and then fry it. A little dab of corn oil. Not vegetable oil. You know, like I said, you know, I'm trying. I hear y'all talking about the keto and all of that, and I'm trying. So encourage somebody that's trying instead of trying to beat them up. I'm trying. I have been looking at mobility scooters for the past month, and y'all know it. I spent the day looking at bikes. Why am I looking at bikes? Because if I can't get that fixed, I'm buying me a bike. Why? For the exercise. When I have to go to the doctors or the pharmacy or the market, I'll take the scooter. But when I want to go out riding, when I, as a 50-year-old man going through the midlife crisis, I want some speed and exercise, I'm going to get me a bike. And I'm looking to see what's the best kind. But I still want speed. But truth be known, and until I can get my weight down, until I can get my weight down. Yeah, the keto diet. Liz and the driver be talking about that stuff. I think Nia talked about it too. It's some kind of stuff they eat. I have no idea what it is. But you know, I figured they trying something new. So I keep trying something new. I get tired of eating chicken all the time. I got a pack of chicken legs in there now. I don't even want it. Sick of eating chicken. Yeah. That's why I might get some fish tomorrow, and I keep looking at that shrimp. I might treat myself and get that shrimp. I don't know. I might treat myself and get that shrimp. I don't know. Too expensive. I might treat myself. We'll see what happens when I get there. Well, I don't know why they're not answering you, Taurus. I don't know what the keto is. Tell her what the keto is, the driver. Where you at, Liz? What the heck is the keto? What'd you say? Keto. Keto mosquito. Mexican burrito. All right, Taurus, baby. You have a good night. Then the driver said he lost 85 pounds. Whoa. Y'all be talking about all them witcher cones and stuff. I'd be upset if you had to buy certain stuff and then I couldn't keep it up. That'd be frustrating. All right, Taurus, have a good night, dear. But like I said, you know I need to eat better, and I'm trying. But you can't beat somebody up when they're trying. I'm trying. You know, looking at myself in the WitcherCon, and I seem a little smaller. You know, when you stop eating heavy meat, you do get smaller, and you feel faster. You know, the driver said it's when you cut carbs and increase your fat intake. I thought you were supposed to lessen your fat intake. But thanks for explaining the driver. Thanks for explaining it. All right, y'all. I keep telling y'all why I don't bake. She said bake, not fry. I don't have no problem with baking because we got the pans and stuff now. I do have a problem. Remember that day we had the explosion with the pot? You know, the big what do you call it? The kettle pot, the big steel one that we got from the Family Dollar for $5. Y'all remember? Remember how I put some grease in there and I was gonna fry some chicken and I put it on there and it just exploded and it put out a gas that just wouldn't leave and me and the cat had to sit outside. Y'all remember that? My stove doesn't work. I ordered Easy Off. I cannot clean it. From that explosion, I cannot clean it. That's the reason why I haven't asked them to fix it, because I can't clean it. I was going to move and leave it for somebody else, but it keep backfiring. You said that's the biggest doctor the law will tell you that fat ain't good for you? Okay. Well, I remember that the next time I get some pork chops or something, I won't cut the fat off. Or if I get a steak. I keep saying I'm going to get steak. It'd be too expensive. Some people said, buy a picnic grill. Well, I have a George Foreman grill. But like I said, I can't clean that stove. It will not, I got Easy Off, it will not come clean. I don't know what the heck was wrong with that daggone pot board. I mean, it caused an explosion. All over the walls. I can't, that's why I ain't done a cooking show. That's why I wanted to move. And I told y'all we was gonna do a cooking show. That's why we haven't done it. I hope my landlord ain't watching. He might come by here. Yeah, you brought stuff like this. So like I said, that's why I never saw the kitchen. You know what? That's not a bad idea, Toss. I might actually fry it on the George Foreman grill. It's still in the box. I might actually try it. If I use George Foreman grill, I don't need to use no cooking oil, right? I can just put it on there, flour it, and just put it on the grill. He said throw some fish, shrimp, and veggies on there. That's not a bad idea. All right, I'm going to the market tomorrow. And when we get to the vegetable aisle, I expect y'all to be there to help me pick out what to get. You know. All I use is seasonal. I won't use salt, pepper, nothing, just seasonal. I haven't used salt and pepper in almost a year. I think it's been longer than that. Because I've been living downstairs. I haven't used salt and pepper at all. I left the salt and pepper down there. Wait a minute, that was I moved July 4th. So that would be 2018. Yeah. I haven't had salt and pepper since then. You know, I got high blood pressure, so I don't even try it. When I went to that church, they gave me some grits. I can't do nothing with them. I can't eat grits. How you eat grits without no butter, salt, and sugar? Wait one day, I ain't got nothing else. I'll make them cheap grits that they gave me. There ain't no mold in it. I'll use it. Ain't that big a deal. I'll use it. But yeah, like I said, I want to start getting myself in better shape. You know, No Night by K has warned me. She said you're gonna be using that scooter and it's gonna make you lazier. And she's right. I picked up 12 pounds since we got that scooter. but it's also because I got the scooter downstairs on the landing. I had to carry off, all the pieces up. But if you look, if you look, that's it at the bottom of the steps. You see it? Hey, I'm Kevin King. You see it? You see the scooter at the bottom of the step? You see it? Do you see it? See the scooter? I actually got it set up with an action camera in the hallway. And so, like, I got it on Zoom, but if I take it out, you can see it. See it right there? So, I got it at the bottom of the steps. I got the alarm on it. And, like I said, come on, man. I keep it straight. That's probably a better angle right there. See it down there? Now, if y'all look, see that thing that's curved? I added that. That's where the 360-degree camera is. Because actually, that's the seat right there. And the wheels is next to it. And then the deck. That silver thing you see is the deck. So I got the seat, and then I got the deck. It's 3 wheels, so the front wheel hang off the step. But I got the deck, where you put your feet at? That's on the seat of the chair. And then I got the motor next to it. And that's why you see it looking like that. But I added that extension on for the 360-degree camera. So I can't wait to try it. We're gonna go tomorrow and we're gonna try it. And I've been having bad luck with it. And see, I'm taking something that was an accident. He said George Foreman grill was indoor and outdoor electric grill. Said it's all about what you eat. We told you that. She said, okay, peace, have a all right, Charles, thanks for stopping by. You have a good night. All right, y'all. Let's get to, we've been having a good show so far. I don't know how I do it. If you saw me a couple hours ago, you thought I was ready to kick the bucket. All right, so we need to go to Nia Liz. Anyway, I don't know why they way up here. Hold on. Hold on a sec. No, we already saw that. I don't know what all right, let's start. With talent on loan from God, this is your little fuzzball. This is your little fuzzball, Rush Limbaugh here on the EIB network. With talent on loan from God.
Promoting some pretty terrible stories, complete lies about Kamala Harris, referring to her as a hoe and a mattress. And here's a little taste of what he broadcasted to the over 650 radio stations that carry his show.
The NBA has fired a freelance photographer because he insulted Kamala Harris. His name is Bill Baptiste. He's an independent contractor, had the deal terminated by the league after he posted a sexist Facebook post referencing Kamala Harris. He posted an image that read Joe and Ho, H-O-E. Now, what do you think that's about? Joe and the Ho. Well, that takes me to the second story. Then there is this from The Spectator. Why it should matter to women that Kamala slept her way up. Whoa! It's no secret, but public knowledge, that Kamala Harris slept her way up into California political life by being a very public escort and mattress for California Democrat kingmaker Willie Brown. Now, some people read this story, mattress, didn't he mean mistress? No, I think they meant mattress here.
You know, Melania Trump successfully sued the Daily Mail for referring to her as an escort. And I think Kamala Harris should absolutely go after Rush Limbaugh with a strong, and I think she has a strong case, defamation lawsuit. You want to criticize Kamala Harris's prosecutorial record or maybe issues that you disagree with her on regarding politics, that's fine. But immediately, the first thing these Republicans do, people like Rush Limbaugh immediately go toward, calling her all sorts of names, degrading her, referring to her as a mattress. I mean, this man is awful. And honestly, I didn't even want to do this story because it's just the fact that these types of people exist and get rewarded. He's on 650 radio stations. They love this kind of stuff. I mean, people like Rush Limbaugh led to this country electing someone like Donald Trump. They primed a certain portion of our voters to think this kind of behavior is totally okay. In fact, this type of behavior is so okay that you will get rewarded with it. You will get rewarded for it and get this largely or incredibly popular conservative radio show.
Yeah.
Carried on hundreds of stations across the country.
Yeah, I remember when we were first trying to break into radio, 18 years ago, when Young Turks was a radio show. And a lot of program directors would say, look, you guys have a really good, compelling show. It's really entertaining. But the rest of our station is conservative. So we would piss off our audience too much. So we're just not going to have any progressive shows on ever because this station is anchored by Rush Limbaugh. So not only did he spread this poison for decades in this country, but then they blocked any progressives from going on the radio at all for decades at a time because Rush Limbaugh had basically captured those stations. And this is the kind of message that he used. I mean, he called women feminazis for decades. But nonetheless, I have to confess that this morning when I heard this, I was still genuinely surprised. When I heard that they were going after Kamala Harris for a new birther conspiracy, I was not surprised. I was like, well, of course, right? They're gonna make up something. God knows what her parents are immigrants from Jamaica and from India. Of course they're gonna go after her on that stuff. And of course they're gonna lie about it. And of course it's gonna be racial, right? And am I surprised they went after Kamala Harris for being a woman? No. Am I surprised that they immediately called her a hoe? Yeah, I can't, and you should yell at me for being surprised, but it's so over the top. They're spitting in the face of every successful woman in this country, saying, nope, no matter how high you get, we're gonna call you a prostitute. And we're gonna say that that's the only reason you got there. How could you not find that revolting? How do women vote for Republicans in this country? It's insanity. It's total insanity. So if you want to be a successful career woman in this country, oh yes, I voted for Republicans, and as soon as I became successful, they called me a prostitute. Oh, I'm so good. What a great party I have. It's just revolting.
Thanks for watching the Young Turks. I really appreciate it. And
all right, anybody have any comments? Let me see. I see sometimes that sometimes says I actually believe she slept her way to the top. Sometimes say, oh wow, she used to be on the Turks. She's on a major news network. That was the Turks. You said never mind. Yeah, Papa D don't like them. You watching Papa D? How you doing, buddy? Look, y'all. we all have heard about the casting couch. There are some women who you wonder, how did they get that movie role? How did they get on that TV show? And we know it's because of the casting couch. But I love how people want to use something when they want to use it. Because, do I agree? I haven't followed her enough to know yet. I got to do research on her. But here's my thing. You don't call out the men who she supposedly slept with to get to the top. Why are they not being called out? Why is it that when they get old, that's when they get called out? Why ain't they called out when they do it? If she slept with powerful men to get to the top, why were those powerful men allowed to still be in office? If that's what you believe. Why not take the power away from the men who's willing to let somebody sleep to the top? Like Goldie Hawn. Goldie Hawn was ditzy as I don't know what. How the heck did she get a daggone? You just gotta ask these questions. You got to ask yourself, how do they get these roles? And then start looking at the directors and saying, look, you supposed to be making my movie. You ain't supposed to be running no porn shop here. But no, they don't do that. But no matter how she got here, she's here. She's the presidential running mate, the vice presidential candidate. She's here. You're going to vote for her, or you're not going to vote for her. But I don't know. Donald Trump had to pay some women off, grabbing their coochies and stuff. Once you into that arena, it's too much. Just what are your issues? What do you stand on? But if you're not gonna go after the men who you claim she slept with, all right, y'all. Let's check out somebody who I don't think we ever had on the show before that I know. I don't think we ever played anything with her on the show. Talking. So let's see. Let's check her out.
This White House for some leadership or consolation or any semblance of steadiness. What we get instead is chaos, division, and a total and utter lack of empathy. Empathy. That's something I've been thinking a lot about lately. The ability to walk in someone else's shoes. The recognition that someone else's experience has value too. Most of us practice this without a second thought. If we see someone suffering or struggling, we don't stand in judgment, we reach out. Because there, but for the grace of God, go I. It is not a hard concept to grasp.
I said that earlier.
It's what we teach our children. Unlike so many of you, Barack and I have tried our best to instill in our girls a strong moral foundation to carry forward the values that our parents and grandparents poured into us. But right now, kids in this country are seeing what happens when we stop requiring empathy of one another. They're looking around wondering if we've been lying to them this whole time about who we are and what we truly value. They see people shouting in grocery stores, unwilling to wear a mask to keep us all safe. They see people calling the police on folks minding their own business just because of the color of their skin. They see an entitlement that says only certain people belong here, that greed is good and winning is everything, because as long as you come out on top, it doesn't matter what happens to everyone else. And they see what happens when that lack of empathy is ginned up into outright disdain. They see our leaders labeling fellow citizens enemies of the state while emboldening torch-bearing white supremacists. They watch in horror as children are torn from their families and thrown into cages, and pepper spray and rubber bullets are used on peaceful protesters for a photo op. Sadly, this is the America that is on display for the next generation. A nation that's underperforming not simply on matters of policy, but on matters of character. And that's not just disappointing, it's downright infuriating. Because I know the goodness and the grace that is out there in households and neighborhoods all across this nation. And I know that regardless of our race, age, religion, or politics, when we close out the noise and the fear and truly open our hearts, we know that what's going on in this country is just not right. This is not who we want to be. So what do we do now? What's our strategy? For years, a lot of people have asked me, when others are going so low, does going high still really work? My answer, going high is the only thing that works. Because when we go low, when we use those same tactics of degrading and dehumanizing others, we just become part of the ugly noise that's drowning out everything else. We degrade ourselves. We degrade the very causes for which we fight. But let's be clear. Going high does not mean putting on a smile and saying nice things when confronted by viciousness and cruelty. Going high means taking the harder path. It means scraping and clawing our way to that mountaintop. Going high means standing fierce against hatred while remembering that we are one nation under God. And if we want to survive, we've got to find a way to live together and work together across our differences. And going high means unlocking the shackles of lies and mistrust with the only thing that can truly set us free, the cold, hard truth. So let me be as honest and clear as I possibly can. Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head. He cannot meet this moment. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
Damn. Well, who are you? Alrighty. I've never paid much mind to Miss Obama. Yeah, that was Michelle Obama. She sounds a lot like what I say. I hear a lot what I say at her. Wait a minute. Yeah. I'm ready to follow her on Twitter. Wait a minute. I'm sure it's a lot of stuff we disagree on, but from what I heard, that sounds a lot like the stuff that I say. I wasn't expecting that. All right, y'all. Now you heard what Michelle had to say. Miss Obama.
Dental. Smile for zero money down.
How you gonna sneak me? All right. All right, y'all. Here we go.
And you mentioned Michelle Obama, President Trump firing right back at Michelle Obama after she blasted him in her DNC speech last night, the former First Lady telling Democrats to vote like their lives depend on it, and reminding them how narrow the president's margin of victory was in some precincts in 2016.
Whenever we look to this White House for some leadership or consolation or any semblance of steadiness, what we get instead is chaos, division, and a total and utter lack of empathy. Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head. He cannot meet this moment. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
President Trump today tweeting, somebody please explain to Michelle Obama that Donald J. Trump would not be here in the beautiful White House if it weren't for the job done by your husband, Barack Obama. Biden was merely an afterthought, a good reason for that very late and unenthusiastic endorsement. Harris, you know, I thought it was interesting at the beginning of her speech, and I think the New York Post cover made a bit about this today, that she sort of set up what it takes to be the president, you know, and she talked about how you have to have clear-headedness and you have to know all the facts, like how many grandchildren you have. I don't think she said that, but she sort of went through describing exactly who the president needed to be. And it almost sounded like, well, I don't know that Joe Biden's that person. And that's one of the things the Post said this morning was, you know, she did a barn murder. Here's the bad news, though. Here's your candidate. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you know, this really resonated, probably more than that to me, because voters are going to decide whether or not he's a right fit for the country, a better fit than the person in the White House, that sort of thing. And it is, you know, I guess, a good idea for Michelle Obama to start there, because you've got to start to differentiate the current guy from the guy who's there. But here's the biggest problem to me for Democrats. So on voters who stayed home the last election, Michelle Obama says, quote, "We've all been living with the consequences." Well, if Democrats really feel that way, then they have to ask themselves, with this particular candidate and under pressure from progressives in the party, who is bringing those people who stayed home out to vote this time? What has changed for them? If the party wasn't progressive enough then for them, and we knew that it was taking a left turn with Hillary Clinton, like we already knew that, and she wasn't turning left fast enough for it. But what's happening now is that the pants, if you will, proverbial pants, are being worn by people in the party who actually are making that left-hand turn pretty quickly. I don't know if Joe Biden's with him. He says, well, I'm the most progressive. I'll be the most progressive president in history if I'm elected. But Rashida Tlaib says, I'm not voting for the party platform because you didn't do Medicare for all. So you've got the most progressive. So the question is, if they didn't show up last time, because you know they were ticked, some of them, over Bernie, where are they now, and what are they doing differently? What did they do last night to get them to vote? Michelle Obama spelled it out. We've all been living with the consequences. How do you change that? I don't know that we heard anything last night that says to those people, oh, that's the magic bullet. That's the thing. That's the reason I didn't show up last time. I'm going now. I don't know, and I go to you, Governor Huckabee, on this. Is it enough just to go against somebody? Is it enough just to say, I don't want the guy there? At a time where we are right now with a serious tone, which I do think was appropriate last night, is it enough just to say, I don't want that? Where is the, but that's going to help me. That's going to put me back whole. That's going to make me feel good. I'm going to vote for that.
Well, let me commend Michelle Obama for a great delivery, but true to form for the entire evening, there was not a unifying theme other than one thing. We don't like Donald Trump. Even the Republicans that they hauled in there and exploited for the purpose of saying, you know, how bad Donald Trump was, that was the message. What they didn't do was to say, hey, we're going to raise your taxes. We're going to open the borders. We're going to defund the police. We're going to let China keep rolling over us instead of standing up to them and the multinational corporations that have been the reason, because of all the political money that have been given to politicians, that historically neither Republican nor Democrat politicians would stand up to China. The message that is going to be delivered is going to be one of great contrast. Democrats believe that you should have abortion, that it even ought to be taxpayer funded. Joe Biden has now moved to that. That's a clear contrast. What we heard last night was, we don't like Donald Trump. We don't like his personality. That's not enough to win a presidency. And I think they're going to have to come up with a little more than that if they're really going to sell it to the American people. I don't think they want to go back to saying, hey, let's go back to that economy we had when President Obama was there, when there were so many African Americans, women, and Latinos who were unemployed.
You know, I was waiting for this segment because there's a question I'm dying to ask Marie, which is that Michelle Obama is so popular, and you could see it last night in the reaction today. Why didn't Joe Biden pick her as the running mate?
Well, as she mentioned in her speech, she doesn't really like politics, and Kamala Harris is a perfect running mate for Joe Biden. But I absolutely believe that about Michelle Obama.
You don't think she's going to run for president? You want to go on the record saying
no, my God,
you don't think she's going to run for office?
No way.
You don't think she's going to run in the next round?
No way. Nope, I think Michelle Obama is happy to be out of politics. But to Harris's question, I don't think that Michelle Obama was actually speaking necessarily about progressives who were Bernie supporters who didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I think she's publicly referred quite a bit to Black voters, voters of color, a lot of the Obama-Biden coalition that didn't come out in 2016. Some are progressive, some are more moderate. And I think she actually was saying to those voters as well, you all need to come out. And they did come out for Joe Biden in the primary, which I think is important. And Kamala Harris certainly helps with that part of the Democratic base as well. So I think you'll hear more about policies, but it was a good start for Michelle Obama to say very clearly to all of you out there who don't think it can get worse and who may not vote or who may vote third party, it can. And she really put a clarion call out for people to take this election seriously. I think that's for progressives, moderates, anyone who didn't vote. I think that was a call not just to one.
All righty, y'all. That was Fox News. For those of y'all that say that we only do CNN and that we only do the Young Turks, that was Fox News. But I was disappointed that they didn't say nothing about. I was disappointed that they didn't say nothing about what Trump actually said. No, they skipped over that. It's called Trump
sexually abused by a.
It's called Trump Answers, but they didn't say nothing Trump said.
Down didn't go far enough. That is the admission tonight from Dr. Deborah Birx of the Coronavirus Task Force, who is now saying she wishes America's lockdown would have been much more strict.
I wish that when we went into lockdown, we looked like Italy. But when Italy locked down, I mean, people weren't allowed out of their houses. Americans don't react well to that kind of prohibition.
Wow, I mean, you know, out of their houses, and you had to get a certificate to go to the grocery store. Really different than anything that happened here at any time in any place. So why didn't it happen? And how is it possible now to have regret on something so basic that could have saved some of the 170,317 American lives lost so far? To stop for just another moment here, 20,000 of those deaths just happened in the past 18 days. As the number of known cases tonight also now tops 5.4 million. And yet today, no regrets from President Trump. He has never, as of yet, expressed any self-congratulations on America's handling of the virus. Instead, today he was enthusiastic about another unproven treatment for the virus, this time an extract from a plant called oleander. It's all because of this man.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. I tried every pillow out there and nothing worked.
That's right, the man behind MyPillow. The infomercial star tells CNN that he met with Trump back in July they talked about the unproven treatment. And according to Lindell, the president was enthusiastic about this supplement from a plant. It does come from a poisonous plant. Here's the president today.
Oleander? Have you heard of that?
it. Yes, go ahead.
Ask the FDA to
No, I
approve
haven't.
it?
I haven't.
Is it something you would support?
Is it something that people are talking about very strongly? We'll look at it. We'll look at it. We're looking at a lot of different things.
We don't know who's talking about it very strongly. I mean, as of tonight, there is no public information to show that Oleander has been tested on coronavirus patients in any way, shape, or form. Yet, according to Lindell, Trump told him he wanted the FDA to, quote, do its course. So why would the president even be getting involved in this? I mean, why would he even want the FDA to spend time looking into a product he heard about from a donor whose expertise is in pillows? Look, this should alarm us all because the administration should be leaving any discussion about potential cures to the doctors and the researchers. A big-time donor who always seems to be at the president's side should not be able to weigh in. Mike Lindell, though, campaign rallies to the White House Christmas party. He spoke at a coronavirus task force briefing actually back in March, even though, of course, he does not have a science background. He was at Trump's rally in Tulsa, and even today he attended Trump's event in Minnesota. Now, Oleander is an untested plant. It is just the latest unproven and potentially dangerous cure that Trump has opened the door to publicly. I mean, we all remember hydroxychloroquine.
We've had tremendous response to the hydroxy.
That's a game changer if that's the case.
Here's my evidence. I get a lot of positive calls about it. What do you have to lose? Take it.
If things don't go as planned, it's not going to kill anybody.
The president also told Americans, of course, that injecting themselves with disinfectant could be worth looking into.
Then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning?
Yeah, snuck.
Cleaning of your insides with disinfectant. Several states reported increases in calls to poison control centers after that specific comment you just heard. Look, potential treatments can be a matter of life and death. That has been proven in the case of hydroxychloroquine. That is why the president has a team of experts and scientists who are the ones who should be making all these decisions. Those are the ones he should be listening to, not a donor whose expertise is in selling pillows. Jeremy Diamond is out front live outside the White House. And Jeremy, what more do you know about this meeting that we now understand occurred between Trump and Lindell and about their relationship overall? I mean, I just showed them together in a lot of places, but clearly they do have a relatively, close relationship.
Yeah, Mike Lindell has been a supporter of the president's for years now, and they've become friends in a way. And certainly Mike Lindell continues to be an advisor to the president's campaign. He currently chairs his campaign in the state of Minnesota, which has been a focus for the Trump campaign. And look, Mike Lindell, we're told, met with the president in July to tout this unproven treatment for coronavirus, oleandrin. We should note, of course, that there are no studies involving oleandrin and coronavirus that have been published in any at all peer-reviewed medical journals. And so as of now, this is a completely unproven notion here. But Mike Lindell, we are told, who has, of course, no medical background, no medical expertise, is trying to get this approved by the FDA, at least as a dietary supplement, in which case, if that did happen, they still would not be able to tout any medical claims as it relates to this supplement. But of course, this is reminiscent, as you've said, Aaron, of the president's repeated promotion of hydroxychloroquine. And in that case as well, the president got much of his information about that from questionable sources, as well as some Fox News hosts like Laura Ingraham, who came to the White House to try and promote this drug with the president, and putting other doctors who did not have the kind of peer-reviewed scientific medical evidence to back up their claims. One note of caution, though, I would say, is that the president so far has not gone so far as he did with hydroxychloroquine. He is not promoting this drug publicly. This is something that we learned, of course, from a private meeting that Mike Lindell said the president was enthusiastic. As you saw on camera today, the president was asked about it. He certainly didn't completely dismiss it out of hand, but he also wasn't promoting it in the way that he was with hydroxychloroquine.
All right, just saying, yeah, they're looking at it very strongly. All right, thank you very much, Jeremy. And I want to go now to Dr. Sanjay Gupta and Dr. Jonathan Reiner, director of the Cardiac Cath Lab at GW, who advised the White House medical team under President George W. Bush. So, Sanjay, we found out about this meeting from Lindell, and Lindell's very open. The purpose, he said, was to talk about this drug, or this, plant extract. And he said the president was enthusiastic, which the president did seem to indicate today. Although obviously not pushing it as a game changer or a cure in the way he had with hydroxychloroquine. But there isn't, as far as we know, any peer-reviewed anything on this. Is there any science to support it?
No, there's really not. I mean, this sort of came out of nowhere. I mean, so here we go again with this type of storyline, There was one preprint, something that wasn't peer-reviewed, looking at this substance, oleandra, with the virus in monkey kidney cells. So not humans, not in the body, but rather in a lab in these particular cells that were from monkeys. And that was something that they said, could potentially inhibit the virus. Lots of things inhibit the virus in a test tube. Bleach inhibits the virus in a test tube. Really means nothing. So it's a lot of discussion about something that has absolutely no evidence around it right now. We do know that it can be harmful. I mean, it can be a poison. I mean, white oleander, for people who may remember that book or that movie, was the story of somebody actually poisoning and killing somebody using this substance from this plant. So what little we know of it is dangerous. So I hope that we move on from this topic quickly. I hope that he doesn't put anything behind it, because it could potentially be problematic.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hope that that's the case. Dr. Reiner, does it concern you, though, that the president would even entertain this sort of a suggestion and be enthusiastic about it from somebody who, and I don't say it to be, humorous in any way, but right, this is a person who sells pillows. That is what he is good at. He is not a scientist. His expertise is not in drugs or in coronavirus.
It bothers me that the president sidelines people like Anthony Fauci and Deborah Birx and gives precious time to, purveyors of pillows and bed linens. Look, this is a terrible distraction, and we have an enormous amount of work to do. And in prior administrations, every second of the president's schedule was precious, or the vice president's schedule. And their time was managed really exquisitely. The fact that somebody can get time to pitch, some really outlandish scheme like this, a business of which he actually has apparently a financial stake in, is mind-boggling. But we have work to do, and this is a terrible distraction.
Right. I do think it's interesting what you say, that the point should be that the president would entertain this, would have this meeting, would spend time on this during this, as you say, we have more than 170.
Keep moving. I ain't the only one. We lost 4 people. Hey, sorry. They was trying to skip nothing. Got that. All right, before we take a comedy break, let's take a look at this. I don't know if y'all noticed that the commercial's been amped up lately.
Democrat-controlled cities have shown that Democrats plan and what they plan for America. If left-wing Democrats can't run a city, why on earth would you let them run your country? In Chicago, the mayor literally raised up the drawbridges to prevent hordes of rioters from ransacking the city. This is the future that Joe Biden plans to bring to every city, town, and suburb in our nation.
Wait, Sam, I'm confused. He's been president for 4 years, and he said that he was going to take care of the, quote, American carnage, and it's interesting. When Donald Trump became president, crime was at a 50-year low. No, it's not. 4 years in. Are you safer today than you were 4 years ago when Donald Trump talked about American carnage? No, you're not. Is crime lower than it was 4 years? No. No. Are you better off economically than you were 4 years ago? If you're really rich, you are. But if you're working class or middle class American, you're probably not. Do you feel safer?
than you did 4 years ago? No. More secure? No. So he's actually, this is awesome. We got a president of the United States that says he alone can fix it and he's mighty and powerful, and this Article 2 gives him ultimate power. He can do it. He's practically a dictator. He has complete control. He's blaming mayors. He's president for 4 years. And after promising to take care of, oh my gosh, the hordes of immigrants that were crossing the border. By the way, that was at a 50-year low as well until Donald Trump became president. And crime, he's going to take care of crime. He alone could fix it. Remember that? He alone. No, actually, he didn't fix it. He made matters worse. And now he and his son-in-law are trying to blame local officials for what the president of the United States just can't do.
Yeah. Okay. That was President Trump yesterday during visits to two battleground states, blaming Democrats for the recent surge in violence in a number of major U.S. cities. Joining us now, the mayor of Chicago, Democrat Lori Lightfoot. She took part in a panel discussion with former Vice President Joe Biden on racial justice during night one of the Democratic convention. And
she looks crazy.
You pretty much said that Donald Trump is carrying out a full-on assault of the integrity of the November election. First of all, do you think he can? Do you think it's possible? Because I know that there are many who are rushing back to Washington, trying to get the money to the Postal Service, but I'm still worried that he actually could. And if so, how?
Listen, I don't think we can put anything past him. You've seen that he can't win the straight-up way by actually having the better ideas and motivating people to vote for him. So he is absolutely launching an assault on the postal system. My sister's a postal worker, and the horror stories that she's telling about what's happening, how they're taking machines that process the mail out of her facility, how they're reducing the hours of postal employees and creating fear among the workers there. That's just the Postal Service. But what he's also doing is creating a level of chaos that makes people fearful. So let's start with where it really begins this year, and that's the incredible failed leadership on COVID-19. Why are we meeting virtually as a convention? Why are our schools not open? Why are our sports teams not able to play? Why are we not able to resume a life that we all know and have come to cherish? It's because Donald Trump refused to recognize the incredible pandemic that came to our shores. He's failed miserably, and literally people have paid for it with their life. So yes, we must turn the page in November and move to a president and a vice president who can take us out of this historically dark time.
Mayor Lightfoot, it's Willie Geist. Thanks for being on the show this morning. I want to give you a chance to respond to President Trump, who invoked your name a couple of times in different appearances yesterday on the campaign trail, as we just played. What do you say to him when Americans look at pictures of Chicago, stores being looted still all these months later? What are you doing in your city to restore order and to stop some of the chaos that we've all seen on TV?
Well, luckily it's minimal, but yes, we do absolutely have our challenges. We have people who are afraid and scared because of COVID-19. We now have literally tens of thousands of people who are unemployed because of the economic downturn occasioned by the shutdowns that were necessary because of the president's failed leadership on COVID-19. And we're dealing with the reckoning across Chicago, as in many cities across the country, related to systemic racism. So we are on the front line of an incredible moment in our civic history, not only in Chicago, but across the country. And I have to say, the remark about the bridges, one of the bridges that we put up is near Trump Tower, because our protesters and vigilantes would love nothing more than to attack Trump Tower. So those little notes that I get from Eric Trump after every time that we protected that property, if they want us to stop, say the word.
Yeah.
So, Mayor Lightfoot, what about the gun violence in your city? It continues. Another terrible weekend. Just yesterday, a 13 and a 14-year-old were shot. They're in critical condition. A 9-year-old suffered a graze wound to his head.
But damn. I said, well, damn. What's going on in Chicago? Thought you was going to stop the crime, Trump.
We've heard for now years and years and years about guns coming in from Indiana. We know the gang problem is bad there. I guess the question is, if we've known all these things and they continue to persist, why haven't leaders like yourself done more to stop it? Why does it continue in Chicago?
Well, look, we can't stop things that happen outside of our borders. 60% of the illegal guns that come into Chicago every year are from out of state, from Indiana, from Mississippi, from other states that have lax gun laws. When my people can go over the border to Indiana and buy military-grade weapons and bring them back in any quantities that they want, as long as their money is right, that's a problem. That's a problem that we need federal leadership on. Every mayor that I know has worked hard, and I'm no different, to bring peace to our neighborhoods. But as long as we have this proliferation of illegal guns that's pouring in from outside of our borders, we are going to continue to fight an uphill battle. There are things that the federal government is uniquely qualified to do, to partner with us to stop this scourge of gun violence. This president refuses to engage on those basic issues. It's still a problem when somebody who can't fly in a plane can get a gun. It's still a problem when we don't have universal background checks, where we haven't closed the gun show loophole, and we don't empower the ATF to go after federally licensed gun dealers who sell to straw purchasers. Those aren't things that a mayor or a local government or even state government can contend with. We need the federal government to step up. We're doing our part, and actually, Willie, we've made very good progress over the last month in bringing down the numbers of shootings and homicides. It's not good enough, and I'm never going to rest until we're the safest big city, but a lot of that also depends on making sure that we have partnerships at the federal level to pass the kind of common sense gun control laws that we all know will make a difference and save lives and save children's lives.
Mayor Lightfoot, you say your sister's a postal worker and you're hearing of pretty big problems so far. What's your message to Republican senators, for example? Because these are the people who actually could make a difference as it pertains to this issue.
The Postal Service should never be a partisan issue. And it's way beyond voting, although the voting is important, and which is the impetus for this assault on the Postal Service. People depend upon the Postal Service to get their medicine, to track business, to transact business, to make sure that they're paying their bills on time. This is a huge and significant assault on one of the important pillars of our democracy. And particularly the Republicans, have to step up and say enough. We've got to restore resource support to the person.
Mayor Lightfoot, do you have a message for the looters and others who are using protests to commit wanton acts of violence that actually terrorize citizens across Chicago, and also undermine the legacy of my good friend, and I'm sure yours, and both of our hero, John Lewis, who constantly talked, like Martin Luther King and like other great civil rights leaders, constantly talked about the need of not being hijacked by violent actors. Do you have a message to those looters inside your city?
I do, and we've been saying it very clearly. Obviously, we need to make space for peaceful protest. That is a critical part of our American identity, First Amendment right to speech and assembly. But we draw a very sharp line against that and what we've seen. Vigilantes in these crowds coming for a fight with frozen water bottles and other projectiles aimed at doing only one thing, which is attacking our police officers. We draw a sharp line against the organized crews that have looted parts of our city. We absolutely will not tolerate this. If you're involved in criminal activity, we will treat you like a criminal. We will find you and we will bring you out of the shadows and bring you to justice. We've arrested a lot of folks who crossed that line. We're coming after the looters. and we're making sure that they are held accountable in a court of law. There's no space in our city for criminal activity. We're not going to tolerate it, and I've instructed our police department to do everything that we can to make sure that we stop it in its tracks. And if anybody dares test our resolve, we're going to bring them to justice. We're going to use the full power of our criminal justice system against them. We can't tolerate it. We're not going to let somebody unmoor the social fabric of our city.
All right, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, thank you very, very much.
Thanks for checking out MSNBC on YouTube, and make sure.
All righty. All right, let's take a comedic moment. Can't have too much. All righty. Well, you know he ain't monetized.
I know, hey, I'm gonna do my bit. Why am I so fat? I'm gonna tell you why I am so fat. Because I eat a lot of junk food like cookies. But this, I got 5 cookies. See? I'll show you my cookie, y'all. So look at it, y'all see it? So I eat a lot of junk food.
No, baby.
So I ate a lot of junk food, y'all. Y'all see it? Y'all look at it. See y'all? I'm on my cookie, y'all. You see it? I'm on my cookies. You look on, see on the back, y'all look, it says once we outlet, y'all see it? On the back, it says once we outlet. Oh, all this way. The lawyer said, it said once we outlet. So I'm gonna show you all my cookies, and I ate a lot of food, junk food. That's why I'm so fat. I ate a lot of burritos, cereal, milk. I drink the milk with the cereal, cookies. Cookies, I love cookies. Cookies are sweet. I mean, cookies. And the cookies are sweet. And you eat salad like this. Yeah, it sounds like this, y'all. Yeah, it sounds like that. That's why I'm so fat. I eat a lot. I eat a lot of this stuff. I eat some of stuff like real and stuff. Drink milk. Like that. I love eating. I love eating a lot.
Now you say you got.
I can eat a lot. I love eating a lot. Me eating a lot feel good, huh? I just love eating. That's how good food are. I know what you pay. You look at salad. You pay the cheese, mayonnaise, and mustard, mayonnaise and mustard on your sandwich, on your cheese sandwich, with bologna, turkey sandwich, wherever you eat it. And they eat it, get it somewhere, and they eat it. If they hungry, you know what I mean? If they hungry, they eat the sandwich, you know what I mean? The sandwiches are good. And me, I'm so fat. No, I'm gonna stand up with the thing and show y'all something. I'm so fat like this. Wubby.
Wait a minute.
I'm so fat. What me? I'm so fat. What me? I'm so fat. I'm so fat. I am so fat. Why am I so fat? Why? Because I am. I mean, I would say bye now. I mean, I would say bye, y'all. Now is my video part 135th. Why am I so fat? Why? Why am I so fat?
Oh no. That's tree trimmers. Why are you showing that? Take it off. Hey, hey, she stopped watching. Thanks for the donation, Tars baby. I got the phone on mute, so I didn't see it. But I appreciate the donation, Tars baby. Alrighty, I'm trying to figure out why am I looking like I'm gone. What the heck? All right, let's get to our next video here, and then we're gonna look at our CV numbers. All right, y'all always say that we play CNN and Young Turks. All right, let's watch Tucker. I think that's too big. Take to the doctor's office. Let me see.
From pedaling to cruising around with 100%.
Well, in a few days, and you'll see it here on Fox, Joe Biden is going to formally accept his party's presidential nomination. At the same time, alone in her apartment, speaking to the mirror, Governor Stacey Abrams of Georgia will do the very same thing. And she wants to thank you for the unprecedented level of support she received. She looks forward to running this country. Now, Abrams will not be allowed to say that from the stage of the DNC, of course. Party leaders won't let her do that. The whole point of a convention is to highlight a party's most popular positions while keeping its crazies hidden from public view. But what if suddenly everyone in the party goes crazy? What if there are no sane people left? Well, then you get what we're seeing right now. Democrats have spent the last week outlining a conspiracy so wicked, so brazen and dangerous it makes Russiagate look like jaywalking. According to elected Democrats and the news media they control, the President of the United States is working to eliminate the U.S. mail. Now, Trump isn't closing the post office. That would require an amendment to the Constitution. No, it's far worse than that and much sneakier. Trump is stealing the mailboxes, driving through Democratic neighborhoods in the middle of the night, tossing them in the back of his station wagon, cackling like the madman he is, or having his lackeys do it. Either way, the effect is the same. With no mailboxes, Democrats won't be able to vote. Donald Trump is stealing the election. And here's the thing. Democrats can't call to complain about it. It turns out that someone took all the payphones, too. Can you imagine? Apparently, Joe Biden read all about this on Facebook or some website whose name he can't remember. But it was all there. Biden was so upset he almost snarfed his Metamucil. He was still ranting about it during a virtual fundraiser on Friday, as he told the crowd, quote, "They're going around literally with tractor trailers picking up mailboxes. You want to go online and check out what they're doing in Oregon. I mean, it's bizarre." Got that? Literally with tractor trailers in Oregon. The funny thing is, Oregon hasn't voted for a Republican in a presidential election in more than 35 years, and it definitely won't this year, mailboxes or not. So it's unclear what exactly Trump might be gaining from taking Oregon's mailboxes. But whatever, it's just wrong. Former Vice President Al Gore, who increasingly looks like a wax effigy of himself, went on CNN the other day to make that point.
Tampering with the Postal Service, he is in effect putting his knee on the neck of American democracy.
Stealing mailboxes, says Al Gore, is nothing less than Trump putting his knee on the neck of democracy. The blood is drained.
In their communities uprooted. That's a problem.
People are worried about the post office. You're seeing, the mailboxes being taken away. Can we vote? What's going on?
The removal of mailboxes, the removal of equipment within the postal offices and the rest is to undermine the Postal Service at a time when the Postal Service is needed now more than ever.
Are you listening?
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm bored. Yeah, look at the numbers. I tried to give them a chance, man. They boring. His jokes are all lame. Taking the big blue post offices. I don't even know where that one is in my neighborhood. I just go to the post office. CV cases. 5,655,974. Deaths. 175,074 people have died. Cases that had an outcome, 3,186,172. 186,000, 3,186,172. 3,011,098 were discharged or recovered, 95%. 175,000 or 74, 5% resulted in death. You know you're going to did yesterday. And let's see. How we doing today, y'all? California, 5,350 new cases. They lost 179 people to COVID today. Florida picked up 3,838. They lost 223 people in Florida today. Texas, they just couldn't do it, y'all. They couldn't do it. They couldn't take Florida. They put up a good effort, though. 7,872 new cases. They lost 178 people. Between Florida and Texas, it's only 400 and some cases. They battling for number 2. They are battling for number 2. You see California and pulled ahead. New York still holding at number 4. They picked up 718 cases today. They lost 12 people. Georgia, sweet Georgia. They picked up 2,816 cases. They lost 67 people today in Georgia. I need y'all to look at something. Georgia was 210. Georgia's up to 241. I'm telling y'all, by the end of September, if Georgia don't fix what they're doing wrong, they're going to overtake New York. I mean that. They're going to overtake them. Illinois, 1,740. They lost 26 people. Arizona, 915. They lost 23. New Jersey, 330. They lost 9. North Carolina, 1,903. They lost 61 people today. Louisiana, 130. They got 640. They lost 28. Tennessee, they picked up 1,034. They lost 39. Pennsylvania, they picked up 600 and lost 30. Y'all fed? Yes, sir. Look at Massachusetts. Massachusetts picked up 222 and they lost 6. All right? Y'all see that on your screen? Alabama picked up 1,357. They lost 11. Ohio picked up 862. Lost 39. Virginia picked up 861. They lost 11. South Carolina picked up 719. They lost 55. Michigan picked up they picked up 653. They lost 16. Maryland, my little state of Maryland. We picked up 520 and lost 9. Indiana picked up 841 and lost 30. Mississippi, M-I, a crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, a humpback, I. Did you see me? I sang the Mississippi song. Did you see me? They picked up 795. They lost 33. Missouri, they picked up 1,185, lost 15. Washington State picked up 494 and lost 25. Wisconsin picked up 634, lost 13. Minnesota picked up 345 and lost 9. Nevada picked up 672, lost 25. Colorado picked up 261 and lost 3. Arkansas picked up 410 and lost 16. Iowa picked up 242 and lost 8. Connecticut picked up 40 and lost none. Oklahoma picked up 615 and lost 17. Utah picked up 263 and lost 5. Kentucky picked up 608 and lost 12. Kansas picked up 113 and lost 1. Nebraska picked up 262. They lost 6. Idaho picked up 384. They lost 9. Oregon picked up 225. They lost 9. New Mexico picked up 23,507. Damn. They picked up 79 and lost 5. My mind wandered for a second. Rhode Island, 120, lost 1. Delaware, 57, lost none. District of Columbia, 52, they lost 2. South Dakota, 83, they lost 1. North Dakota, 135, they lost 2. West Virginia, 99, they lost 4. New Hampshire, 13, lost 1. Montana, 54, lost 2. Hawaii, 134, lost 1. Alaska, 62, lost 1. Maine, 16, lost 9. Wyoming, 32, lost 1. Vermont, 3, lost 9. Guam, 19, lost 9. Mariana Islands, no numbers. Puerto Rico, 953, lost 11. United States Virgin Islands, 36, lost none. U.S. military, no stats. Veteran Affairs, 639, lost 64. Federal prisoners, picked up 57, no losses. Navajo Nation picked up 17, 4 losses. So we got a total case number in the United States of America, 5,655,974. New cases, 43,999. Total deaths, 175,074. People that died today, 1,358 people died in the United States today. So the case number was lower today, but the deaths was double what they was yesterday. So is that a good thing or a bad thing, y'all? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Alrighty, we can go ahead and call it a day. I appreciate everybody that rock with me. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll be going to the store tomorrow, and then we got to do the sermon. Anybody got anything in particular they would like me to cover for tomorrow? Anybody have any questions on their mind? Trying to have audience participation. Anybody have any issues? I got a surprise for y'all. I'll try to give y'all a chance to get out of it. I got a surprise for y'all. Tomorrow's sermon is going to be controversial. So make sure you here, ready to chat. Make sure you here for tomorrow's sermon. It's going to be controversial. So I hope that y'all are here to chat. Not to come in with all the dumb stuff, but to come here and really chat. Because we gonna get down. Naya says, good night, rest well. God willing, I can. Thank you, Naya. Alrighty, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Like I said, we're gonna do the mobile live. I took the microphone stand, the extra one that we had, you know, the desktop microphone stand, and I stuck it on the scooter tomorrow. So hopefully we're gonna get an overhead view, and I'm not gonna be in it. Now I checked the camera because I had reset it, and it went back to 6K, and the computer couldn't play the videos. So that's why we didn't have any 360-degree footage from the last there was nothing on Microsoft that would play it. So lesson well learned. But we'll be able to go ahead and take care of that. Hopefully tomorrow it'll be some good video. So we'll have the video of us going. I got the camera up a little higher. You know, the phone camera we're gonna be live streaming on. I got that up a couple of inches higher, so hopefully you'll get a better view. And hopefully the mirrors won't be in the way. Hopefully the mirror won't be in the way. Well, we'll figure it out as we get it going. We'll figure it out. But as long as I can see the chat and y'all can get a decent picture, I'll be good. And like I said, hopefully we fix that problem with the 360-degree camera. We always a work in progress. You know, we don't take nothing for granted. But I really enjoyed being able to get 2 for 1 because sometimes if there ain't nothing going on, we can just sit back and watch the 360-degree footage. So, like I said, I'll be showing that at the end of tomorrow's show. But we got the sermon tomorrow. It's going to be controversial. Some of y'all might not like it, so make sure you're here to represent your thoughts. And once again, to Tars Baby, I didn't see your donation. It didn't go off on neither phone. I just happened to be looking at the phone, and I saw the P. So thank you for the donation. And I'd like to thank y'all for rocking with me, and thank y'all for watching the show. I appreciate each and every one of you. And thanks for spending your time. You could have been doing something else. I appreciate it. And I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to go back to wrestling. Actually, the wrestling from yesterday I didn't watch. Y'all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.